The Paladin in the Abyss. A knight, forsaken by his liege, was forced to exile himself to the abyss. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he obtained the legacy of a spiritual cultivator. Chapter 1. Prologue. With a thud, the hurried footsteps suddenly stopped, as if someone had tripped over a wide robe. But the footsteps quickly resumed, seemingly even more urgent than before. In a majestic hall, a man dressed in luxurious attire paced back and forth on a high platform, restless. This place had once been where the lords met with the emperor, the center of power for the entire empire. Yet, aside from the man on the platform, there was no one else in the hall at that moment. Still, he felt as if he stood at the center of a stage, being watched by countless eyes. "Your Majesty! The eastern gate has been breached. Albert's knights have stormed in." The footsteps finally reached this place. A male servant rushed into the hall, only realizing after he had shouted that the hall was empty, except for the man on the platform. He looked around in terror, then swiftly turned and vanished into the shadows outside the door without a backward glance. The man referred to as His Majesty seemed not to have heard the servant's shout, merely muttering to himself. "Rebels! Traitors! Buried alive! Burned at the stake! Hanged! No, no, no! That would be too easy for you. I will personally slice. I am the Emperor of the Faris Empire, the great Turas IX. You must submit to me. Die, die, die! All of you, die! All of you, all of you, all of you die!" The sound of steel clashing with stone interrupted him. At the entrance of the hall, knights clad in heavy armor, wielding swords and long spears, filed in, led by a striking blond man adorned with a gold griffin on his cloak, who walked in surrounded by the crowd. "Albert! You cur!" The man on the platform roared with a contorted face. The newcomer was the famed Night King, Albert Pancards, the leader of the revolutionary coalition, soon to be the downfall of the Faris Empire. "You surprisingly didn't flee nor kill yourself, which is quite astonishing." Albert stood at the place where servants used to kneel, looking directly at the reigning emperor. "It seems the rumors about you are not entirely accurate, as you still have a bit of courage to face the impending judgment." The man on the platform was Turas Sextus Faris, the emperor of the empire. The Faris dynasty had unified the human world thousands of years after the Toya dynasty, but unlike the 150 and more emperors of the Toya dynasty, in just under 300 years, widespread rebellions had ignited everywhere, likely marking the end of the empire's history today. "Ha ha 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 ha, you rabble of lowly, shameless, filthy, son of a whore, think you can judge me?" Turas laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing through the hall. "So this is the emperor of the Faris Empire, truly sickening." The crowd murmured, and 3 figures stepped forward. All were women, not clad in armor, clearly not knights. The soft robes could not conceal their graceful figures, but what caught the eye were their stunningly beautiful faces and the long ears on either side of their heads. Turas turned his head, and upon clearly seeing who was approaching, he stumbled backwards. "Elves! So you are involved too. I should have burned down the forests of the eastern continent, yes, yes, let everything be destroyed." His gaze became wildly furious, suddenly spinning around, startling everyone and causing them to raise their weapons in defense. When the current emperor turned back around, people saw that he was holding a dagger inlaid with splendid jewels, its blade plunged into his own chest at the heart. The emperor of the empire gasped for air, his eyes still crazy, flashing a bizarre smile. "I am the master of this world. A master has the right to do anything with his property. Yes, anything. The army is coming, you all, will join my burial." He fell to the ground, blood gushing out, the floor seemingly activating something, as a deep humming echoed through the air. The 3 elves looked shocked. The foremost elf urgently said, "This is not good. It's a large spatial array, Albert, get everyone out." quick! The Night King, confused by the sudden change, but trusting the elves whose accuracy had been proven multiple times, waved his hand, and everyone quickly but orderly evacuated the hall. As the last few knights were still walking out of the hall, the sounds around them suddenly vanished. They saw their comrades ahead gesturing wildly as if shouting, but heard nothing, pausing in bewilderment. Above the hall, the space seemed to have split open, and the entire building shattered like a mirror, the fracture smooth and polished, the fragments floating mid-air as if gravity had been lost. The few still dazing realized something was amiss only because their comrades were looking at them with fear and gradually retreating backwards. They finally reacted, sprinting forward frantically. Unfortunately, it was too late. Onlookers watched as they abruptly split apart, turning into chunks of flesh ensconced in armor, maintaining their original direction of motion until they finally crashed to the ground. The three elves' faces turned pale, they exchanged glances as if confirming something. The lead elf spoke. "Albert, have everyone prepare for battle." Albert had regained his composure by then. He drew his longsword, signaling readiness for battle. Chapter 2. Everyone on guard. "Captains, come to me." Soon 7 or 8 people emerged from the crowd. They were the Night King Albert's trusted lieutenants and his strongest warriors. All of them had a serious look on their faces. This was supposed to be a moment of celebration for victory, but the turn of events seemed to have surprised everyone. "What enemy are we facing?" A tall knight spoke up. He was around 30 years old, approaching 6.5 feet tall with slightly curved black hair. His resolute face was chiseled like a sculpture, covered with a stubble that seemed carelessly shaved. Beneath deep-set eye sockets were a pair of light blue eyes that reminded one of a lake nestled in the valleys. "Sir Lancelot, do you remember the ancient history I once spoke of?" The leading elf spoke warmly to the valorous knight. "You've told many fine stories, High Priestess Aspasia," the tall knight named Lancelot replied politely. "Which one do you refer to specifically?" "Elves, the favored children of heaven and earth, immortal beings. They had joined the rebel army not long after the rebellion broke out. Successive emperors of the Faris Empire had ordered the dense forests of the eastern continent to be burnt to the ground, and those forests were the elves' home. They guided the rebel forces through the woods, used mysterious herbs to heal the wounded, and were also the finest scouts and archers, greatly aiding the cause of the rebellion. Of course, I'm talking about the Great War that shattered the elf race thousands of years ago," said Aspasia, the leader among the 3 elves. "I feel the presence of the abyss. It seems the elders have always been right to suspect the Faris Empire's royal family. Brace yourselves, the portal is stable now, something is about to come through." The Grand Hall had been thoroughly destroyed, and the gravity in the area seemed to have returned to normal, with broken tiles and rubble scattered everywhere. Only then did people notice the complex and vast magic formation inscribed on the ground, its deep red lines like slowly flowing blood. In mid-air, a portal was emerging, with a terrifying aura emanating from it, and the air began to fill with the smell of sulfur. Thud, 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 a cluster of hoofbeats came from the portal, like sharp claws scraping over rough stone, unbearable to hear. The crowd couldn't help but take another step back, everyone's tension ratcheting up even further, and the elves took out several gemstones, murmuring in a mysterious language, as powerful energy began to gather in their hands. Finally, with a noise like the popping of a can, several strange creatures burst forth from the portal. They resembled hyenas in appearance but were the size of calves, with exceptional muscle definition, long, sharp teeth in their mouths, and towering bone spurs on their backs. Some had 2 heads, and the one in the front had 3. The creatures seemed shocked by the sudden change in their surroundings, looking around bewildered. Realizing they were surrounded by a host of metallic monsters, they didn't attack but instead retreated and huddled together, issuing a deep growl toward the crowd as if issuing a threat. The knights, though they had never seen such ugly creatures, instantly felt the terror of the enemy due to years of battle experience. "Charge!" Albert seized the moment and roared as he brandished his sword. Following his shout, the tall knight named Lancelot led the way, swinging his great two-handed sword. Under his lead, all the knights began their assault. Lancelot's target was the beast with 3 heads at the forefront. He had discerned that it was a leader. The creature didn't stand idly by. With a roar, it charged at the knight head-on. When they were still several yards apart, the beast suddenly leapt into the air, all 3 ferocious mouths biting viciously forward. Seeing this, Lancelot forcefully stepped forward, and the ground immediately spider-webbed with cracks. Using this foot as a pivot, he concentrated all his strength, swung his long sword from below, and viciously thrust upward at the falling creature. The great sword's length played a decisive role in this confrontation, striking the creature's middle head midair. Fangs and sharp teeth were no match for the fearsome force of the metal weapon. The sword blade cut through like a hot knife through butter, splitting the creature's upper body in 2, drenching Lancelot in crimson blood. But Lancelot didn't pause for a moment, spinning around with a horizontal slash, and completely cleaved the body still in the air into 2 halves. His triumph greatly inspired the knights behind him, and the crowd surged forward, quickly cutting down the remaining creatures, leaving the square filled with spilling blood and chunks of flesh. "Looks pretty fierce, but it wasn't much in the end, scared me to death, ha ha ha." Relaxed voices echoed through the crowd. Fear always stems from the unknown, but once the object of your fear is slain by your weapon, fear vanishes like smoke. But the captains under the Night King didn't relax. They gathered again, looking towards the portal in the sky. Albert spoke to the elves. "High Priest, what exactly are these creatures? Where do they come from? What world lies beyond the portal?" The elven priestess Aspasia stared bewilderedly at the bodies of the creatures, not speaking right away, while another elf responded. Chapter 3. It looks like a dog, larger in size, with bone spurs on its back, multiple heads, just like the descriptions in the sacred texts. High Priest, take a look. It is indeed an abyssal hound. I never thought I would see these creatures again, Aspasia said, seemingly awakened from her memories, her voice deep and solemn. "Albert, we have trouble." Albert frowned at these words and hesitated before speaking. "You mentioned the Great War from tens of thousands of years ago." "Yes," Aspasia nodded. "About 50,000 years ago, the elves, like humans now, spread across every corner of the world and even started exploring other worlds. Soon, we discovered a plane called the Abyss. That plane was fascinating, filled with all sorts of terrifying creatures and rich in magical resources. Initially, we only thought the environment was harsh and failed to realize that it was the creatures of the Abyss that posed the real threat. We constructed a vast portal in an attempt to delve deeper into this plane. Although the beings there were powerful, they seemed mindless and unorganized, and at first, we encountered little resistance. However, when several abyssal lords combined their forces, a terrible war erupted. The enemy had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, and some of their higher creatures were incredibly powerful. We simply couldn't hold them back. After the portal fell, these abyssal creatures rushed into our world through the passage. The elves finally realized their grave mistake, but it was too late. In the final moments, the 5 elf kings united and assembled the last of their armies, making a suicidal assault on the portal's location, the once supreme royal city. The attack succeeded. The portal was destroyed, along with the enemy's main forces and an entire tract of land. The inner sea of the western continent was formed from that explosion. Although elves have near infinite lifespans, because the environment of this world was severely damaged, it became difficult for us, born from natural forces, to reproduce. The remnant elves, less than 1% of the original population, retreated into the dense forests of the eastern continent. Some of the peripheral abyssal creatures became fish that slipped through the net, their shadows still in your legends and folk tales. You call them demons, a very appropriate name. Everyone listened with reverence to the high priest's narration of the ancient history, those events that took place before the existence of mankind. Lancelot asked in a soft voice. "High Priest, were you a witness to that war?
Yes, Aspasia looked again at the portal of light in mid-air.
I was very young at that time, too young to fight, and that's why I survived that catastrophe. Leah and Zillis were born much later, they only learned of these histories from the texts. How do we close the portal? Albert, who had heard these stories before, was now more concerned about how to deal with the current situation. Aspasia replied with a smile. The good news is, this portal has just been opened and is still unstable, easy to close. As long as we make it disappear before any abyssal lord notices it, there shouldn't be any problem. And what's the bad news? The Night King keenly caught the implication in the High Priest's words. We need a warrior to go in and detonate the channel near the other end, thoroughly destroy the spatial fluctuations, so that the demon magicians can't locate our world to open the portal again. Aspasia paused. This warrior can only retreat through the other side of the channel and cannot return. The crowd fell silent. The rebellion had just succeeded, they had just witnessed the death of Emperor Ferris, and it was time to divide the spoils of victory. Wealth and glory waited for every person present, and no one wanted to give up everything at hand at this moment. An awkward silence continued when a voice appeared in time. I am willing to go. Everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Albert looked complicatedly at the person who had volunteered. The strong Lancelot, the brave Lancelot, the righteous Lancelot, the Lancelot who always charged ahead. Everyone knew of a Lancelot in the rebel army who had never lost a battle, but not everyone knew that the leader of the rebel alliance was Albert. Reality was so ironic. Even though Lancelot had always been loyal to Albert, the increasing fame had made Lancelot the greatest threat to Albert. Are you sure? The High Priest hesitated slightly. The lifespan of humans, compared to elves, is very short, so she could not quite understand human thoughts. The black-haired knight didn't speak but simply nodded lightly. Very well, Sir Lancelot. On behalf of the elf race, I extend the deepest gratitude to you, Aspasia said solemnly. Lancelot managed a strained smile. I trust in your wisdom, someone had to do it. What exactly should I do? Add latest chapters at freeognovlo only. The elf took out an exquisitely woven bag and loaded it with gemstones she had prepared earlier. Then she took out a dark red branch, inserted it into the mouth of the bag, and tied it securely. She handed the bag to Lancelot, explaining. Once inside, you will find yourself in a corridor-like environment, surrounded by the most beautiful starry sky you have ever seen. Do not look at those stars, they will cause you to get lost. Focus straight ahead, and you will see a door in the distance, the exit to another world. Chapter 4. Words cannot describe the distance between you and that door. You won't feel like you are moving, but the light door in the distance will become closer and closer, while the door behind you will grow farther and farther away. After about 1,000 heartbeats, you will arrive in front of the door on the other side. Just before you leave, snap the branch sealing this bag and violently throw the bag backward. Aspasia pointed to the bag that had just been handed over. The gemstones in the bag will explode within 3 breaths, releasing energy that will destroy the passage and thoroughly disrupt the surrounding space. Of course, you should be fine as long as you sprint forward immediately after exiting through the light door. Lancelot listened silently, then nodded his head and said, There's no time to delay, I will depart now. He turned to look at Albert. Your Majesty, I wish you all the best. Albert suddenly felt somewhat ashamed, yet he had never loathed the man before him so intensely. He suppressed all his emotions and said blankly, Thank you for your service, we will all remember your achievements. Thank you, you will surely be a fine emperor. Lancelot bowed one last time to Albert, resettled the great sword on his back, adjusted his armor and cloak, and turned to walk toward the light door. He had once sworn to serve this man forever, but perhaps he had performed too well, as Albert seemed to wish he had never appeared. The timing of this door's opening was perfect. The elves didn't need to recount those ancient tales. Whether he truly wished it or not, he was inevitably the one to sacrifice himself to save the world. Stepping forward was actually his easiest choice. He spoke immediately, not wanting to give Albert time to think. Everything so far had been within his acceptable range. But had Albert shown even a hint of coercion, he was unsure whether he could remain loyal to his previous vows. "Wait a moment, Sir Lancelot," the High Priest of the Elves called out to Lancelot. "I have a gift for you." Lancelot stopped in his tracks, looking at the three elves approaching him. The three favored by nature surrounded him, their hands clasped in front of their chests, their ethereal prayers echoing in his ears. "Goddess, please hear my prayer. This man is about to journey far, fearing he may never return to his homeland. The common people are saved because of him, yet no one knows, nor can they repay. We wish to exchange our power for your blessings upon him." The elves' bodies emitted a strong light that enveloped Lancelot. He felt a warm current surge into his body, his soul seemed to be filled with something, and myriad colors danced before his eyes, with unfamiliar sounds drifting through his ears. The ceremony started very abruptly and ended just as quickly. The three elves each took a step back, looking exceptionally tired. Lancelot discovered his vision had greatly improved, and his hearing had become very sensitive. Aspasia gave him a weak smile and said, "This gift is called the Elf's Blessing. It allows you to have a body like an elf and some other abilities, just like a real elf." Lancelot subconsciously reached to touch his ears. The High Priest playfully winked, but unfortunately, elf-like ears are not included. That's the essence. Lancelot realized he was speaking an unfamiliar language. "It seems you've noticed, this blessing also includes much knowledge, and." The High Priest paused. "It grants you a lifespan many times that of an ordinary person." Lancelot was utterly stunned. The High Priest smiled. "This blessing has drained the magic power we three have accumulated over countless years, but we gladly did so, as this is the elves' way of thanking you. The world beyond is barren and dangerous, a place of survival of the fittest, but I believe you can survive. Go forth, bearing our blessing. From now on, time shall not weaken you. We hope that one day, you will find your way back home." Lancelot smiled, his smile no longer heavy. "Thank you, High Priest, I am suddenly filled with anticipation for the future," he said. Having spoken, he no longer lingered but stepped through the light door. "Oh, homeland, will I ever see you again?" Chapter 5. Lancelot fell from a light door in mid-air. Remembering the High Priest's advice, he immediately scrambled to his feet and ran forward. A violent explosion erupted behind him, and the blast wave forcefully threw him to the ground. Fortunately, the blast did not bring with it rocks, metal, or other worse things. Lancelot slowly got up, confirming that, aside from being covered in dust and grime, his body hadn't lost or gained any parts. Only then did he begin to observe his surroundings. What first caught his attention was the dark red sun in the sky, weakly casting rays that held barely any warmth. The ground was as if covered with a thick layer of volcanic ash, desolate and barren all around. Strange bushes were scattered messily across the land, and the occasional tall trees appeared aggressive. To his left lay a vast plateau, the ground pockmarked with frightening depressions, and it seemed there was a river in the distance. To his right stood an immense mountain range, obstructing his view. The blessings of the elves included much knowledge about this world, and Lancelot closed his eyes, sorting through the information that kept bubbling up from the depths of his heart. This place called the Abyss had a multi-layered spatial structure, with each layer being like a separate small world. The surface of each layer harbored portals leading to unknown layers, but digging downward from any point on any layer for a certain distance resulted in being forcefully teleported to a fixed next layer, a property that established the ordered hierarchy of layers. The vastness of the abyssal plane lay beyond the elves' imagination. Their furthest explorations had only reached the sixth layer, and the area they had charted was already larger than their own world. Each layer was slightly smaller than the one above, leading the elves to speculate that the abyssal world likely presented a cone-shaped spatial structure, and must have a bottom. According to a widely held belief among the creatures of the abyss, there were at least 666 layers. According to them, it was a chaotic, barren, and cruel world, where the very land was saturated with evil energy, rendering any virtuous traits inappropriate and out of place here. Yet it was a rich world, teeming with precious mineral deposits, powerful magical items, wonderful natural creations, and abyssal creatures of considerable research value. At least the elves' blessing version imparted to Lancelot rated the creatures of the abyss as of considerable research value. Demons are the original inhabitants here. The difference in strength and intelligence between the various kinds is vast, but their common traits include being irritable, evil, shameless, and unpredictable in behavior. The elves speculated that this is likely related to the long-term influence of the rampant evil energy in this place. To a certain extent, low-level demons are like creatures driven mad by intolerable pain, but this view still needs sufficient evidence to support it. The demons seem to have an allergy to any form of order, so much so that even a neatly arranged formation would cause intense discomfort to low-level demons, but what they feared more was the authority of high-level demons. Therefore, the demons had practically no social organization structure, but the strongest among them could muster terrifying legions by virtue of their superior authority, and war with each other for any valuables or territory that might be worth seizing. However, demons are not the only creatures here. From time to time, travelers from other worlds find themselves lost here. They either arrived by accident or deliberately came using teleportation magic. Through contact with these travelers, the elves confirmed the existence of multiple upper worlds, and even in other worlds, there was the race of elves, their language being variants of the dragon tongue. Furthermore, according to the elves' records, they had also come into contact with a creature that called itself a demon. They were as powerful as the demons but displayed a high level of intelligence and discipline. The elves soon realized that the evil of the demons was not inferior to that of the demons, and since the demons did not possess the uncontrollable madness of the demons, they were much more dangerous. The demons at that time seemed to be exploring the abyss as well, and with the power and cunning they displayed, it is very likely that they have now gained a foothold in the abyss. The elves had also mastered the demonic language commonly used in the abyss. This knowledge was included in the blessing they gave Lancelot. Lancelot tried to release a summoning magic spell to summon a warhorse, and with a flash of white light, the summoning was effortlessly successful. This was a very practical spell taught to the Knights of the Rebel Alliance by the elves. However, in their world, the success rate was not high, suggesting that the abyss had a close connection with the elemental plane. But the warhorse that appeared before him was vastly different from what Lancelot had imagined. The creature before him had the shape of a horse, with red flames burning in its eye sockets, scales covering its body, and muscles full of explosive power. Creatures summoned with the warhorse spell come with their own harness, but the harness on the back of this creature looked unusually sturdy, seemingly designed for a being several times heavier than a human. This was a demonic warhorse, which, just seconds ago, had been traversing an area where lava flowed. Its hooves contained terrifying high temperatures, leaving scorched marks on the ground wherever they touched. Being magically summoned to a strange place, it was very displeased. It raised its head, looking at Lancelot. Some inner voice told it that the guy before it, dressed in an iron suit, was the culprit who had brought it here, so it didn't hesitate to raise its hooves and fiercely kicked at Lancelot. Lancelot naturally wouldn't draw his sword and chop the feet off his own mount. In a rush, he could only crouch and roll to the side, dodging the hooves sharp as spearheads. The black warhorse charged again, but this time Lancelot had his giant shield removed from his back and held it in front of him. There was a thunderous noise as Lancelot was kicked back several steps, and two dented hoof prints appeared on his shield which had withstood countless strikes from treasured swords and warhammers. The warhorse charged at Lancelot again but suddenly crashed to the ground, struggling to rise. It turned out that while using his giant shield to block, Lancelot had thrown a lasso he had prepared in advance, accurately catching the demonic warhorse's neck. Then, at the moment when the demonic warhorse charged again, he forcefully pulled, causing it to lose balance and fall to the ground. The moment the warhorse hit the ground, Lancelot pounced on it, pinning his opponent firmly beneath him. Like a wrestler seizing an opportunity, he choked the warhorse's throat with both hands, while his legs were tightly wrapped around the warhorse's long neck. The demonic warhorse struggled violently, trying to throw off this annoying creature, but on one hand, Lancelot's weight made it difficult to maintain balance, and on the other hand, the tighter it struggled, the tighter Lancelot's hands choked, gradually suffocating it. Its movements finally slowed, like a beast that had failed in its battle for the leadership of its pack, ceasing its struggles and adopting a submissive posture. Lancelot was unsure whether the demon or the horse inside was more dominant, so he slowly loosened his grip, confirming that the other truly submitted. It seems the equine part prevails, otherwise, this spell would have to be renamed. The battle seemed to have calmed the steed down, as it docilely allowed Lancelot to mount. A certain instinct inside it understood that it had to obey this new master, though it was still slightly disgruntled. Lancelot surveyed his surroundings, thinking about his next course of action. The first step was to ascertain which layer he was on. The topmost layer of the abyss was a realm quite similar to the material plane, and as such, it was the most frequented by outsiders, making it relatively friendly to them. According to the elves' records, the surface of the first layer was covered in thick ash, with countless bottomless pits scattered across the land, leading to an unknown world below. The Stygian river's streams were equally common, like a spider's web, sprawling across every corner of this world. All that he saw matched the description of the first layer in the records, but Lancelot had to remain cautious. He judged his environment, deciding to head toward the barren mountain range first. In his view, the plains likely housed roving hordes of demons, and following the rivers might even lead to demon settlements, situations he could not cope with in this unfamiliar territory. The mountains, however, provided cover and a high vantage point to observe his surroundings and decide the direction of his next move. The mountains within the abyss were all sharply angular, as though ripped right out of the earth by a giant. He chose the most gradual ascent within his line of sight, intending to march to the mountain top from there. Riding horseback, Lancelot slowly advanced along the winding mountain path. The dark red sun climbed gradually higher, suggesting that day and night alternated here too, but the sun in the sky, still crimson like a setting sun, was stingy with its warmth to the land beneath. After turning at a mountain pass, Lancelot suddenly heard a cacophony of noises, as if many creatures had gathered together. He hurriedly dismounted and crouched low, making his way stealthily towards the source of the sounds. After skulking forward a bit further, Lancelot located the origin of the noises in a valley ahead of him. He carefully crawled to the edge of the cliff, poked his head out, and peered down. The scene below momentarily halted his heartbeat. The valley swarmed with an enormous number of demons, mostly humanoid ones. They had bloated bodies and filthy skin that obscured their original color, and their grotesque faces featured a wide mouth full of sharp teeth. At the ends of their thick forelimbs were paw-like hands. The knowledge passed down by the elves identified these lowliest demons as coward devils, known for their simultaneous cowardice, weakness, and cruelty, almost universally bullied and enslaved by all other abyssal creatures. A large gathering of them indicated only one scenario: they were under the domination of a more powerful force. Lancelot noticed several demons wielding magic wands, wearing helmets with tall horns, who looked like magicians. Even farther off, there was an imposing figure, nearly 3 meters tall, resembling the mythic centaur with bull horns on its head and wings on its back, wielding a great axe, watching over the scene with a cool gaze. They were evidently performing a ritual. The coward devils were all on their knees, or perhaps lying prone. Lancelot couldn't tell, their heads pressed tightly against the ground. The demon magicians moved among them, chanting incantations, occasionally using their bone blades to slit the throats of unfortunate victims. Only then did Lancelot notice a strange magic formation drawn in blood on the ground directly below him. As victim after victim had their throats cut, the magic formation began to pulsate, signaling that something was about to emerge. Suddenly, all the demon magicians shouted in unison in the demonic tongue. "O mighty being, hearken to our summoning!" Lancelot couldn't help but hold his breath, curious about what was to be summoned. A familiar flash of summoning magic light flickered, and Lancelot's pupils contracted, for the summoned was evidently of the human race. The person appeared to be in their early 20s, dressed in an ordinary white robe, and looked quite bewildered by the situation at hand. "Not good, that's a civilian." Chapter 6. Lancelot's heart raced with urgency. As a knight, protecting the weak and helpless was his fundamental creed. The demons seemed unsatisfied with the outcome, the magicians confused and urgently communicating among themselves, and the suppression applied to the coward devils seemed to have loosened. Some coward devils quietly slipped away from the arena, while others set their sights on the recently arrived creature. This newcomer wore neither metal armor nor scales or sharp fangs, clearly an easy target to bully. The coward devils, like a pack of wild dogs baring their teeth, crowded around the man, who seemed to still be in a dream, staring blankly around, unresponsive to the looming threat. Several impatient coward devils even started running, hoping to be the first among their peers to taste this tender flesh. Lancelot clenched his teeth and drew his great sword, leaping out fiercely. The coward devil in the lead had already stretched out its claws, about to touch the man's body. At that moment, a dark shadow fell, and with the momentum of his descent, Lancelot's great sword cleaved the overly bold coward devil in two with a single strike. The feel was surprisingly good, like chopping into a fat, plump pig on a farm. Like startled sparrows, the coward devils scattered in all directions. They were accustomed to seeing their kind sliced in half, but it was the sudden appearance of this iron-clad figure that had truly taken them by surprise. Lancelot, his great sword in hand, stood protectively by the man's side and turned to say, "Stay behind me, I'll protect you." The young man in the white robe appeared utterly unfazed, the stark and brutal scene of dismemberment doing nothing to alter his expression, now looking at Lancelot with curiosity. Noticing Lancelot's gaze, he even smiled back in response. What kind of dark eyes were they? Just a simple exchange of looks, and Lancelot felt as if the other could see right through to the bottom of his heart. He wanted to continue interacting with the stranger, but the sound of approaching footsteps forced Lancelot to refocus his attention on the enemies at hand. His abrupt descent from the sky had been brief, the demon magicians by now had regrouped, casting spells once more to control the coward devils, sending them flood-like towards Lancelot. Lancelot swung his great sword, its gleam whirling over his head back and forth, whipping up waves of blood. From a distance, he resembled a high-speed juicer, pulverizing the approaching coward devils into shards. Lancelot was no stranger to being deep in enemy lines, his great sword in hand performing brilliantly against the coward devil's sharp teeth and claws effortlessly carving through, creating a vast array of severed limbs and flesh. But there were simply too many enemies, he could only defend with all his might and not advance a step forward. As time ticked away and his stamina ebbed, his sword's arc inevitably slowed, and one or two claws found their way through his once impervious defense, leaving only a faint scratch on his armor before swiftly being severed from their bodies. Knights were formidable, half due to their long-term military training, the other half owing to their expensive armors. The morale of the coward devils finally shattered, fear utterly overwhelmed them, rendering the demon magician's mind control spells ineffective. Collapse came swiftly, the coward devils vanishing as though shadows under sunlight, gone without a trace. In the world of the abyss, no one ever expected coward devils to win with sheer number. The mission the demon magicians entrusted to them was simple: deplete the target's stamina as much as possible. In this, the coward devils had excelled. As he stopped the frenzied dance of his great sword, fatigue surged over Lancelot. He now felt the soreness and swelling in his arms, a possible strain on his left shoulder, there was a cut on the back of his right thigh, burning painfully where his armor had not protected him. He turned to look once more at the person he was protecting, the civilian in the white robe. The man seemed just fine, not a scratch on him. He seemed to have grasped the situation and nodded at Lancelot, then spoke in a strange accent. "Thank you." At last, someone who could speak his language. Lancelot felt like he had been in this world for half a month, though it had only been half a day. "My name is Lancelot. Introductions and all, let's save that until we've survived this," he said. The giant demon wielding the great axe was approaching step by step. The demon magicians had by now retreated to the outskirts, dancing a strange dance like cheerleaders. Eerie light emanated from the giant's body surface, and his stature visibly grew larger, making the great axe that once required both hands to wield now fit comfortably in one. Clearly, the demon magician's dance served more than just to cheer on. The situation worsened as the giant produced another two-handed great axe from behind his back. Lancelot now faced a near 13-foot-tall war monster, dual-wielding great axes and snorting smoke from its nostrils. As the monster charged at Lancelot, it roared in demon tongue. "Foolish mortals! How dare you thwart Uruk's plans? I shall roast your souls on the eternal volcano for 10,000 years." Lancelot had once read a satirical novel about someone who dreamed of becoming a knight. He vividly recalled a segment about battling against a mill, chuckling until he was breathless. Then, he could hardly envision what it was like to fight a windmill. But now, he had a slight comprehension. If a mill's windmill turned at 100 revolutions per minute, plus it actively charged at you, cursed you, and even spewed fire at you, that indeed would be a terrifying adversary. Lancelot's mind raced, pondering possible strategies. Going head-to-head with it was unrealistic. Maybe he could use his agility to dodge around a bit. When that demon had grabbed the axe before, its right hand had been higher up, which likely meant it was right-handed, and perhaps there were many flaws on its left side. He had to be like a bee circling flowers, darting in every now and then to sting, but he shouldn't expect to kill it with a single blow. If he got hit even once, he would be done for. This was Lancelot's greatest strength. No matter how powerful the enemy he faced, he would calmly think of strategies and look for an opportune moment to act. Just as he was bracing himself for the imminent attack, he suddenly heard a powerful voice from behind him say one word. "Chicken." What chicken? This was his last thought before his brain shut down. A streak of emerald light shot out from the person behind him, wrapping around the charging demon several times in an instant, before splitting into several smaller beams of light that struck the surrounding demon magicians. The demon in front was still charging forward, but the speeds of different parts of its body were inconsistent. Its body had been sliced into countless thin layers, like a stack of chips that had been toppled or a deck of cards waiting to be drawn by gamblers, spreading out across the ground in the direction it had been charging. The demon magicians at the periphery melted away silently like snowmen under the sun, turning into puddles of blood and flesh on the ground. Lancelot turned around in shock and saw the green light spiraling around the young man in the white robe before it receded and flew back into his hand. It turned out that the green light was actually a small sword, its body completely emerald green, looking like jade or bamboo, with tiny golden threads inside, like the patterns of thunderbolts. The young man in the white robe gave Lancelot a slight smile. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your help. May I know what this world is, and why I was summoned here?" Lancelot swallowed hard and his first words were, "What chicken?" Upon hearing this, the young man in the white robe smiled again and explained. "I was saying swift, meaning quick and fierce, just a spur-of-the-moment exclamation as I was controlling the green bamboo flying sword to attack." Lancelot's brain finally returned to normal operation, and he roughly figured out the situation. The demon's attempt to summon a powerful being hadn't failed. In fact, it was very successful. It's just that this powerful being happened to be a human. Suddenly, he felt unsure. Could humans really be this strong? Had they accidentally summoned a deity instead? And what did this peculiar address of fellow Taoist mean? However, now was not the time to dwell on these questions. This powerful being had just asked him something, and he had not yet provided an answer. Lancelot quickly began to explain the situation of this place, revealing everything he'd learned from the elves about planes, the abyss, and demons. It's unexpected that such a world exists, truly vast and wondrous indeed. But why are you here? Could it be that our human race also flourishes in this land? When he heard the other person also referring to the human race, Lancelot couldn't help but marvel. How did he manage that? I do indeed come from another world. Due to certain reasons, a portal to the abyss world was opened by a group of evil beings. To prevent demons from entering our world, I had to step in to destroy the passage, but the price is that I can never return. Throughout the conversation, the young man in the white robe stared into his eyes, and Lancelot felt that the gaze could see right through him, as though all his secrets were laid bare. I see, the young man in the white robe nodded. I can feel that this space is beginning to reject me, and I am afraid that I will have to return to my original world soon. It's a fate that we met here. Is there anything I can help you with? Can you take me with you when you leave this place? Lancelot asked with full hope. I'm afraid not, the young man in the white robe shook his head. Your spiritual sense is too fragile to withstand the impact of crossing barriers, and even if I protected your body, it would be of no use. Lancelot felt dejected, but then a flash of inspiration struck him, and he quickly asked. Then can you teach me how to become as strong as you? At this, the young man in the white robe laughed. You want to pursue cultivation in this world? Interesting, very interesting. Ha ha ha. As the laughter died down, the young man in the white robe spoke in earnest. If you wish to be like me, you'll have to endure loneliness, withstand solitude, remain unswervingly dedicated, and never forget your initial resolve. Can you do this? I can. Cultivation is like rowing upstream, you cannot slack off at all. Each breakthrough in strength invites heavenly tribulation, and any lapse could lead to 5 thunderbolts striking the top, annihilating your soul. Are you willing? I am willing. It will be a lonely path. No one in this world can help you. I can only point you towards the Dao. You'll have to explore and attempt on your own. You are destined to face countless failures. Can you persist? I can persist. Ha ha ha. Good. 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 If that's the case, why not pass on the Dao to you? Lancelot knelt down, showing the most solemn obeisance he knew, as if he were in the presence of the Emperor. After the ceremony was complete and he looked up to rise, he saw the man place his hand on the top of his head, give him a smile that seemed like a sigh, somewhat like talking to himself. The immortal touches my crown, my life is bound to long existence. Chapter 7. A familiar sensation came once again. Within a single day, Lancelot's mind had been directly infused twice, and he had already experienced it before. The elf's blessing turned a vast amount of information into a part of his memory. Although direct, it made his recollections quite chaotic. This time, however, was different. Lancelot discovered that a bamboo slip had appeared in his spiritual world, which seemed to contain endless information, but it usually had no effect on his thinking. Only when he intended to open the bamboo slip could he access the knowledge within. The young man in white robes saw Lancelot regain consciousness so quickly and showed a slightly surprised expression. He smiled and spoke. We are spiritual cultivators, who borrow the power of nature and seek the truth of the Tao, aspiring to live as long as the heavens and earth, to shine with the sun and the moon. Today I impart to you the Tao, yet I cannot provide any further teaching in the future. It is difficult for us to claim a master-disciple relationship, so consider this a chance I'm giving you. I've left you with the introductory cultivation technique, but the power of nature in this world is different, and the advanced techniques may not be suitable. You'll need to explore slowly on your own. For this reason, I've also left you the cultivation experiences of myself and many wise predecessors, which should serve your cultivation well. You must know that in the path of spiritual cultivation, seeking the Tao is fundamental, and techniques are merely minor details. I believe you can forge a distinguished and most fitting Tao for yourself. My name is Han Li, and I am the Heavenly Master founder of the Qing Yuan Palace in the spiritual realm. If destiny allows, perhaps we will meet again. The figure of the young man in white gradually became ethereal, and Lancelot respectfully bowed his head in a salute. Thank you, Master Han, for imparting the method. Farewell, Master Han. By the time he raised his head, the white figure had already disappeared, as if it had been a dream. But a faint laughter still echoed in the air, and the scattered corpses and sore arms around him reminded him that everything that had just happened was real. Lancelot closed his eyes and felt again the bamboo slip in his spiritual world. He was eager to thoroughly comprehend it, but clearly, this was not the right place. Vultures were already circling overhead. What beings would be attracted by the flesh scattered all over the ground, Lancelot did not want to know. If the great demon had carried any valuables, they were probably now sliced into countless pieces. Nonetheless, Lancelot successfully found a red gemstone in the pile labeled skulls. It flickered with a beautiful glow, hard to miss. The gemstone still retained the demon's warmth, and Lancelot, holding it in his hand, felt the powerful force contained within. Better to study this thing later. It was time to leave. He put his fingers in his mouth and blew a loud whistle. The clattering of hooves quickly approached, and a black warhorse appeared at the entrance of the valley. The demon warhorse seemed to be startled by the gruesome scene in the valley. The look it gave Lancelot even carried a hint of fear. Lancelot smirked inwardly. This creature had completely lost its haughtiness, and he had indeed bluffed successfully. He reslung his great sword on his back, leapt onto the horse, and disappeared into the mountain range. On a red wasteland, inside a certain steel fortress, a figure clad in magnificent attire sat on a throne engraved with a hexagram, listening to a subordinate's report. Have you found Urik's whereabouts? Yes, Great Master. Urik tried to conduct a secret summoning ritual to seek the presence of powerful beings from the stellar realm, but he tragically failed. Oh, what happened? The details of what occurred are hard to judge. When we found the ritual site, vultures were enjoying a feast there. Did you find Urik's body? His body was easy to recognize, although it was evenly sliced into hundreds of pieces. Great Master, I cannot imagine what he endured before his death. What a pity, Urik's transformation was just a little short of success. In pursuing self-destruction, demons are always full of creativity. Should we continue to look for new targets? Let's stick to the original plan. Urik was just a small pawn in the scheme. In a cave in the shattered mountain range, Lancelot sat cross-legged on the ground in a position with his organs aligned to the heavens, trying to feel the existence of chi as he breathed in a pattern of 1 long and 3 short breaths, following the methods recorded on the bamboo slips. According to the slips, in the early stages of spiritual cultivation, one needed to draw in nature's spiritual energy and temper one's physical body. His current posture was considered the most harmonious between humans and the heavens and the earth, making it easier to sense nature's spiritual energy. He had been sitting like this for nearly an hour now, with no progress so far. But he was patient. The bamboo slips mentioned that different people had varying sensitivities to chi. Some could feel it immediately, while others might take months or even years. Each time one sat like this and breathed, a part of nature's spiritual energy would remain in one's meridians. As more and more spiritual energy gathered, one would eventually feel the chi. Those in spiritual cultivation who lacked even this perseverance would do well to give up early. Lancelot had previous experience with meditation, and at this moment, as his thoughts gradually emptied, he slowly entered an arcane state. Most of his brain had fallen asleep, but a small part of his consciousness remained very alert, maintaining awareness of his body. Suddenly, a dizzy spell came over him, making him feel disoriented. Soon, his entire body felt pleasantly numb and tingling, with warmth flowing from every corner of his body. He knew this was the so-called true chi, and quickly focused his mind. Following the method recorded in the bamboo slips, he concentrated his consciousness near the lower abdomen on a spot called the dantian, trying to guide the flow of this warm current. The attempt immediately received feedback. He felt the true qi gradually gathering at the focus of his consciousness. Lancelot started to follow the route recorded in the bamboo slips, controlling the true qi to circulate within his body. The circulation went very smoothly. Lancelot clearly felt many channels within his body through which true qi could pass, realizing these were the so-called meridians. His meridians were quite broad, and the true qi flowed through without any of the resistance mentioned in the bamboo slips, possibly due to his naturally strong physique. Lancelot quickly completed a full heavenly cycle with the true qi inside his body as recorded on the bamboo slips. The warm current that started at the dantian was just warm at the beginning, but as it returned to the dantian, it was as comforting as a cup of hot tea. Upon further reflection, he felt his body was like a net that, through the posture of organs aligned to the heavens, captured the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth in every corner of his body. And to control the true qi to circulate inside his body was to gather the diffuse spiritual energy across his body and eventually channel it back to the dantian, where it was stored as a qi. After completing one heavenly cycle, he immediately began another with a strand of true qi. According to the bamboo slips, when one first felt true qi in the body was still in a primordial state with a large amount of innate true qi remaining inside. After completing the first heavenly cycle, the vital points opened, and the body began to automatically absorb spiritual energy from nature, causing the innate true qi to flow away. Within less than a day, the innate true qi distributed throughout the body would dissipate entirely. Innate true qi had a significant impact on combat strength in the early stages, though its influence gradually diminished in later stages, yet it still retained many marvelous uses. Therefore, upon first feeling the qi inside the body, one should perform as many heavenly cycles as possible to retain the innate true qi within the body's qi. The bamboo slips also warned that initially learning the heavenly cycle circulation was very taxing on one's physical strength. If one were to faint from exhaustion midway, it would result in a significant loss of true qi, a counterproductive outcome. Therefore, one should act according to one's capacity and not be greedy. However, Lancelot felt no resistance during the heavenly cycle circulation, and his body, after enduring long-term night training, was in excellent physical condition. Therefore, he repeatedly performed the heavenly cycle, circulating it precisely 49 times, the maximum emphasized in the bamboo slips, before stopping reluctantly. Lancelot slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp gleam shot from them, briefly illuminating the dim cave. The brilliance quickly retracted into his eyes, and Lancelot felt his spirit fuller than at any other time. He stood up and moved his long-seated body slightly. There was not a hint of numbness, and he felt even lighter than before. Just as he was about to test his body's capabilities, a foul, putrid smell invaded his nose, causing him to cough violently. Only then did he notice that his skin was covered with a sticky, dark red filth. This was impurity from the flesh and blood, clogging the vital points throughout his body and preventing the absorption of the power of the heavens and the earth. However, it had been pushed out from his body with the first circulation of the heavenly cycle. Luckily, there was a small hot spring in the cave. Lancelot ran over and jumped into the boiling pool, comfortably beginning to wash himself. The originally steaming water quickly turned a contaminated dark red, and even the strong sulfur smell of the hot spring couldn't mask the foul odor. Ha ha ha, starting today, I can also be considered a cultivator, he thought. Soaking in the hot spring, Lancelot sincerely thanked Master Han Tien, who had generously taught him the way. He was only at the beginning now, but as his realm increased, his survival rate in the abyss would greatly improve. Moreover, the strength of cultivators is contained inwardly and difficult to discern from outward appearance. In the abyss, muscle size is a significant indicator of strength, so enemies would undoubtedly underestimate his abilities, which would be a great advantage. As long as he kept a low profile, it would be easy to create a favorable situation where enemies he couldn't handle would hardly provoke him, but those who did would severely underestimate his strength. It was perfect and unbeatable position indeed. But he furrowed his brows, worried about another matter. My fighting style is still that of a knight, so saying I'm a cultivator doesn't quite fit, does it? A warrior who fights with the power of faith is called a holy warrior, a swordsman who masters the power of magic is called a demon swordsman. So, what should a knight who has learned the ways of spiritual cultivation be called? Lancelot's eyes sparkled, and he leaped from the hot spring. Decided. From today onward, I am the world's first paladin. Chapter 8. Standing by the hot spring, Lancelot twisted and turned to check himself. His body seemed younger, his skin finer and smoother, with all previous wrinkles vanished. Perhaps it was due to just having taken a hot bath, his skin was slightly red, more akin to the color of abyss creatures. Dressed and armored, Lancelot performed several jumps and dodging maneuvers where he stood. True chi naturally surged from his dantian, spreading throughout his meridians, enhancing his strength, speed, and agility. After several movements, Lancelot felt quite relaxed, almost as if he wasn't wearing armor at all. He then picked up his weapon lying beside him and swung it through the air a few times. The previously somewhat heavy greatsword now felt much lighter in his hands, making the whooshing sound it would only make when swung with full force. Lancelot was sure his strength had increased by at least 30%. I'll have to find a way to get another one later, he muttered to himself. The demon who wielded two great axes had left a deep impression on him, and despite not wanting to admit it, the image of swinging two two-handed weapons was undeniably cool. He also tried the various wonderful uses of true chi mentioned on the bamboo slips, concentrating true chi in his eyes, his vision greatly improved, clearly seeing the leg hairs of an ant passing by the cave entrance, focusing true chi on his fingertips, his fingers became incredibly sharp, easily poking a hole in a rock, gathering true chi at his nostrils. He successfully blocked his sense of smell, and the unpleasant odors in the air miraculously disappeared. The world's first paladin sat down once more, meticulously checking his body's condition. Small streams of true chi flowed slowly through his meridians, while the chi sea inside him was half full. A thought crossed Lancelot's mind. According to the records on the bamboo slip, he already had the characteristics of the great perfection at the initial stage of the chi refinement realm. The bamboo slip says that reaching great perfection at the initial stage takes at least a month, so why has my progress been so rapid? After some thought, Lancelot felt it was related to his own condition. First, he was already a high-rank knight with a strong physical body, and long-term military training had resulted in substantial accumulation in his body. Second, the elf's blessing might have had some mysterious effect on his body, enhancing his affinity with the power of heaven and earth. And third, a common person would only perform 4 or 5 heavenly cycles per cultivation session, while he completed 49 heavenly cycles, the maximum, on his first sensation of chi, absorbing a large amount of innate chi, naturally leading to extraordinary effects. Considering these 3 factors combined, he was able to make such rapid progress. However, the accumulation of physical strength and absorption of innate chi were one-time effects, and his future cultivation speed will likely not differ much from that of an average person. Let's talk about the future later. The night had passed, and the dying sun had re-emerged on the horizon of the abyssal world. Lancelot had packed his bags and, summoning his black warhorse, once again set off on his journey toward the mountaintop. From the foot of the mountain, the shattered mountain range loomed incomparably high, but when you climbed to the summit, you would be amazed to find a vast expanse of flat land at the top, as if a deity had sheared off the peak. To say the land was flat was not entirely accurate, because upon closer inspection, one would discover that the area was littered with abandoned mines. The demons, who never considered the consequences of their actions, had dug the place so full of holes that it was difficult to traverse. Demons were not particularly interested in wealth, but they zealously pursued anything that could make their destructive powers even stronger, which included metals. In one of the newer mines at the edge, the clinking and clanking of cross pickaxes echoed from within. Several dwarves were trudging up the narrow paths along the edge of the mine, carrying bags of ore on their backs. Though dwarves were known for their love of digging, the occasional falling whip and the iron chains around their necks made it clear they were not working there of their own free will. Demons occasionally sought out metal ores on their own to forge suitable weapons and armor. However, organizing a team composed solely of demons to extract ores on a large scale for a Lord of the Abyss's legion was impractical. Therefore, the demons typically enslaved other races for these strenuous and dull tasks. Each dwarf was a natural expert in mining and crafting weapons and armor. But their keen interest in delving deep into the earth had a terrifying side effect. Deep underground, where magma flowed and space was unstable, natural portals to the abyss that could only maintain for a short duration would occasionally form. Beyond these portals often lay rare veins of ore, and inexperienced dwarves could easily stray into them, only to be captured by the demons, if they weren't eaten on the spot. The demons themselves lacked the capability, or patience, to process high-grade metals, so abyssal lords had a constant high demand for dwarves, making them one of the larger populations of foreign races in the abyss. Most dwarves lived a life of subjugation, engaged in mining, forging, or maintaining weaponry and equipment where a craft was required. But in the abyss, the death rate of slave masters was not much lower than that of their slaves, given the frequent and bloody wars among the demons. And, given the opportunity, the dwarves' cross pickaxes were just as effective against demon skulls as they were against ore, so the abyss was not without its dwarf adventurers. Their bodies, strengthened by years of working in mines and at forges, were robust enough to shatter the knee bones of any creature. Incidentally, the most numerous of the foreign creatures in the abyss were the goblins. Despite long-standing beliefs to the contrary, they were indeed not natives of the abyss. Atop the mine, a demon overseer stood in place. It was a creature that could only appear in a mortal's nightmares, slightly larger than the average human, with the lower half resembling a fly, equipped with 4 insect-like slender legs that allowed it to cling to nearly vertical surfaces. Its upper body was human-like, with almost no muscles, sprouting 2 pairs of transparent wings, and its long arms ended in insect claws, brandishing a whip. Its head was a combination of a fly and a mosquito, with a long pointed mouth and large compound eyes that afforded it a wide field of vision. Combined with its wings and its climbing-suited limbs, this type of demon was a natural overseer. It used its compound eyes to surveil the entire mining site from above, occasionally screeching orders for the demon guards to whip any unfortunate caught slacking off. The guards at this place were a type of demon with human shapes that resembled toads, sporting burly limbs, backs covered in growths and spikes, gaping mouths filled with sharp teeth, and an overwhelmingly foul stench that could induce fainting. They were among the few demons in the abyss whose stupidity rivaled that of the coward devils. They were berserk demons, but most inhabitants of the abyss preferred to call them toad demons or frog demons, or demon toads. Owing to their decent combat abilities and tiny brains that were only slightly smarter than those of the abyssal worms, the high-rank demons often easily deceived them into serving their own purposes, acting as foot soldiers in the vanguard, overseers of slaves, or, when necessary, forcing them to do hard labor by promising them half of the spoils from the next war, should they survive. The group of dwarves in the mine had been working tirelessly for a very long time, and no matter how much they feared the lash of the whip, their bodies inevitably began to slow down. Suddenly, an old dwarf with a grey beard slipped, and, unable to maintain his balance with the basket full of ore on his back, he rolled down the steep mine shaft and crashed heavily at the bottom of the pit. "Dad!" A young dwarf, who had been swinging a cross pickaxe, cried out in alarm. He dropped his tool and ran over, kneeling by the fallen old dwarf, cradling him in his arms. "Bastards! Get back to work digging stones immediately!" The humanoid fly overseer let out an irate screech, its voice piercingly shrill, causing every demon and dwarf present to instinctively cover their ears. "What are you waiting for? Go whip him! Make him continue working!" The humanoid fly screeched at a demon guard at the bottom of the pit. The berserk demon scratched his ear and, brandishing the whip, walked toward the dwarf. He's the best blacksmith in Rivet Fort. You imbeciles have him slaving away. The dwarf shouted angrily, only to be met with the lashing whip from the berserk demon's hand, falling like raindrops. Ah ah ah! The dwarf screamed, half from the pain racking his body and half from the humiliation. But his hands remained firmly planted on the ground, never reaching up to protect his head, for he wanted to shield his father from the lashes with his own body. Go back, work! The whipping finally ceased, and the berserk demon bared his wide mouth, spitting out 2 words. Go on, my boy. The old dwarf regained consciousness and spoke. Your dad here isn't dead yet. The young dwarf, holding back tears, stood up. He gave the ugly humanoid toad a glare filled with hatred from the corner of his eye and, with his head bowed, walked towards the cross pickaxe he had thrown to the ground. The sound of the whip crackled behind him again, and he instinctively crouched, hands covering his head, trying to fend off the terrible blows. But the sound of the whipping continued, and the anticipated pain did not come. He looked up in confusion, and the scene before him made his eyes instantly bloodshot. The berserk demon was still swinging his whip, lashing at the old dwarf, incessantly repeating the words "go back, work," while the old dwarf, eyes tightly shut, had passed out from the beating. I'll fight you all! Something long suppressed finally erupted. The young dwarf let out a roar of rage, charging at the berserk demon with all his might, like a cannonball shot from its cannon. The ugly toad demon turned his sluggish head just in time to be met with a full embrace from the charging young dwarf. He flew backwards as if hit by a great hammer, crashing heavily against the wall. The young dwarf knelt on the ground, shaking the old, unconscious dwarf desperately, crying out with a choking voice. Dad, wake up, please wake up! Roar! The flung toad demon staggered to his feet, letting out an angry roar. The berserk demon might have been a simpleton, but his physical prowess was not merely for show. It bared a terrifying grin. Guard duties were too boring, battle was more in line with its nature. The young dwarf picked up the cross pickaxe from the ground and turned to face the berserk demon. His figure was unexpectedly tall, perhaps because he was standing straight, he seemed to tower above the other dwarves. All the berserk demons around the mine looked on, but they had no intention of intervening. Instead, they prepared to watch this rare duel unfold, for this was the most favored form of entertainment in the abyss. The show was about to begin. Chapter 9. The berserk demon discarded the whip in its hand. To them, whips were too soft, and their own claws were far more useful. The young dwarf clutched his cross pickaxe tightly in both hands. He knew he might not see tomorrow's sun, but he would rather die than continue living such a humiliating life. The demon and the dwarf merely confronted each other briefly before the demon impatiently launched its attack. Using its powerful legs, like a real toad, it leaped fiercely, slashing downward at its target with both claws. The dwarf tried to defend himself, but the cross pickaxe was not a very good substitute for a shield. He barely managed to deflect the first strike, but he was powerless against the second one that immediately followed. He only had time to protect his vitals as he was struck squarely by the claw and sent flying. The watching berserk demons let out a cheer, and even the overseer forgot his duties, issuing a shrill shout of encouragement. The young dwarf struggled to his feet, his arms and shoulders bearing horrific wounds, but only a little blood flowed out. Dwarves had rock-like bodies and were naturally resistant to bleeding. Although the young dwarf looked quite disheveled, he had successfully avoided a fatal hit and had not lost his combat ability. Seeing him stand again, the toad demon roared angrily. This time, it charged on all fours like a wild boar, opening its gaping maw to bite ferociously. The young dwarf hugged his head and rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging the attack. The audience let out a huge boo, disliking this kind of evasive combat. As the dominant duelist, the berserk demon, spurred on by the booing of its peers, became somewhat frantic. It turned around impatiently and lunged at its opponent, intending to use its previously successful double claw strike again. This time, the young dwarf did not try to parry with the cross pickaxe, he continued to roll on the ground, keeping low and dodging the attack. But this time there was something different. The upper limbs of the berserk demon were extremely thick, and its head was directly atop its shoulders with almost no neck, which made it unable to see clearly the actions of the dwarf beneath it while in midair. As he rolled underneath, the dwarf maliciously extended the cross pickaxe. A relatively small body had many clever uses, such as quickly adjusting one's posture and exerting force for an attack while rolling and dodging. A sound of bones shattering was heard. The young dwarf drove the sharp end of the cross pickaxe into the berserk demon's knee, shattering the bone inside. The berserk demon let out an earth-shattering scream. Its landing aggravated the knee injury, rendering it completely unable to stand, only able to prop itself up with its claws, sprawled on the ground. "Haha, who said three-legged toads are hard to find? Here's one right here." All of the dwarves burst into mad laughter, and not even the fiercely falling whips could stop them. The pain completely enraged the berserk demon. Madness and the desire for slaughter completely took over its mind, and it wanted nothing more than to tear the detestable little dwarf to pieces. It charged at the dwarf again, using its one good leg and two arms, while the young dwarf turned and ran, circling around the bottom of the mine. The three-legged toad demon couldn't catch up with the nimble dwarf, its dragging, injured leg and crawling with claws on the ground appearing quite comical, eliciting laughter from everyone, including the other berserk demons. Perhaps it was the laughter that irritated it, or perhaps the young dwarf grew tired from running, but the gap between them gradually closed. Finally, the three-legged toad seized an opportunity, pushed off the ground with its single leg, and sprang forward ferociously, while the dwarf ahead seemed to have carelessly run into a dead end, facing a rock wall with no space to dodge. "No, no, no, no! Tear it to pieces! Son! Kill, kill, kill! Be careful! Croak!" The audience emitted various cries of alarm. In the eyes of the demons, the outcome was already sealed. The little dwarf might be agile and strong, but it was only by luck that he managed to land a hit earlier. A direct confrontation would leave him with no chance of victory. They could almost see the little dwarf being torn to shreds by those sharp claws. The dwarves, on the other hand, revealed looks of despair. The flicker of hope that had briefly ignited in their eyes was quickly extinguished in their pupils, and the more timid among them even covered their eyes. The young dwarf did not look back but continued running forward. Just as the claws were less than 10 centimeters from his back, an astonishing scene occurred. The young dwarf stepped on the rock wall, ran up it vertically for a step, then leaped backward. His body soared over the berserk demon, landing behind his opponent and perfectly dodging its determined strike. With a thunderous crash, the huge toad slammed into the rock wall, the impact nearly knocking itself unconscious. And behind it, the dwarf's cross pickaxe was raised high. Another cringe-worthy sound was heard, and the knee of the other leg was also smashed. The cross pickaxe was indeed highly effective against hard objects. The noise from the stands abruptly ceased, and everyone watched the scene in disbelief. A dwarf slave, armed with just a cross pickaxe, had defeated a berserk demon? The dim-witted toads were still struggling to comprehend what was happening before them, while the dwarves with normal intelligence gripped their cross pickaxes even tighter. Those with empty hands looked around to pinpoint the nearest cross pickaxe. This mining pit was akin to an arena, and at this moment, the battle within had yet to conclude. Even with both knees broken, the massive toad displayed the terrifying physical prowess of demons. Using its forelimbs and thighs, it crawled on the ground, lunging once again at the young dwarf. Fear is one of the demon's weapons, but at this point, its opponent had already fought with confidence. The young dwarf dodged all the attacks and, seizing the opportunity, shattered both elbows of the berserk demon. Yet the demon hadn't lost its combat strength. In a last ditch of ferocity, it opened its bloody maw wide, attempting to bite the young dwarf. This time, his opponent didn't dodge but instead thrust the cross pickaxe in his hand forward. With a puss sound, like a fish biting the hook, each end of the cross pickaxe pierced through the nostrils and chin of the dying berserk demon. The pain caused it to struggle violently, showcasing to everyone just how formidable a demon's life force could be. At that moment, a foot stepped onto its back. The young dwarf, holding the wooden handle of the cross pickaxe, used the demon's pierced upper jaw as a fulcrum and forcefully bent the pickaxe backward. His shoulder and arm muscles bulged, making him look like a track switcher working in the Royal Dwarf subway, about to save a train from derailing. Arg! The dwarf let out a roar that used all his strength, and the head of the berserk demon underfoot was hooked ever higher. A breaking point was finally reached. First, the lower jaw of the berserk demon tore completely off, and its lengthy tongue, no longer supported by the chin, dropped right out of its throat. Next, the steel helmet-like skull was utterly flipped open, revealing an inside covered with numerous revolting tumors and a brain slightly bigger than an apple. Following a brief silence, the entire mining pit erupted. The dwarves cheered wildly. Despite themselves, the berserk demons roared in anger, but the most piercing was the demon overseer's scream. "Berserk demons! Kill him for me! I want to skin him alive!" In reality, some berserk demons had already leaped down before the overseer's words even finished, and the young dwarf stood no chance. He could only rely on his small stature to dodge back and forth. However, overwhelmed and outnumbered, he was tripped and fell to the ground, struggling to get up, and the situation was extremely dire. The dwarf slaves sprang into action. They grabbed cross pickaxes and swung them wildly, delaying the steps of several berserk demons, but more leaped down from the spectator seats, ready to join the onslaught against that gladiator. A shadow moved faster than them. It was Lancelot, who had been watching from the sidelines for a while. The young dwarf's battle had made his blood boil, but he had restrained himself from taking action immediately, as interrupting an honorable duel was not the conduct of a knight. However, he had also taken the opportunity to clearly observe the enemy's situation. The berserk demons were strong and heavily relied on their sharp claws and fangs in combat, but they were irritable and foolish, with brute strength but no more skill in battle than wild beasts. The overseer didn't appear to be skilled in close combat, but its fly-like body and stiletto-like mouth suggested its combat style might favor stabbing, and its shrill voice indicated it could also have some kind of sonic attack. Energy surged from his dantian, true chi rushing through each meridian. This was Lancelot's first battle since becoming a spiritual cultivator, and he felt his great sword was so light, as if he had boundless vigor throughout his body. The moment he landed, he skewered an enemy to the ground. Twisting the hilt of his sword, a bloody hole appeared at the back of his foe's head. On human battlefields, wielding a two-handed great sword, he would be at the very front of the line, shattering the enemy's dense spear formations. In the abyss, against enemies like the berserk demons, who stood a head taller than humans, the great sword was even more outstanding. The long sword blade ensured Lancelot could stay as far as possible from the dangerous claws of the berserk demons, while the destructive power of the great sword allowed him to critically injure every enemy he struck. After chopping off several claws and cleaving several toad heads, the assault against him ceased. The berserk demons surrounded Lancelot but refrained from approaching out of fear. Only then did Lancelot reach out to pull up that brave young dwarf, laughing as he said, "You fought very well, little brother." "Who you calling little? You're the one without even a beard," replied the dwarf. The two of them burst into hearty laughter before Lancelot introduced himself. "My name is Lancelot Durac, a knight who has fallen to this place, no, a paladin." "What's your name?" The young dwarf bowed. "Thank you. I'm Bruto Frostforge, a blacksmith. It seems you won't be needing that shield on your back for the time being. May I borrow it for a while?" "You haven't formally completed your apprenticeship." It seemed that the elder dwarf wouldn't be dying anytime soon. "That's because of these damned demons." Bruto, realizing his father was awake, yelled back excitedly yet somewhat embarrassed. Lancelot unhesitatingly removed the shield. It was a cavalry shield, used to fend off enemy knights' long spear charges, very thick and durable but too heavy for dismounted use. However, it was quite suitable for Bruto dwarves, while only 2/3 the height of humans, weighed about the same, with very sturdy builds and strength surpassing that of humans, and the shield was large enough to protect their entire body. Lancelot nodded in satisfaction, seeing Bruto looking like a fully equipped infantryman, ready to handle the rest of these toads. "Let's go, pal. I'm positively starving for action." Chapter 10. As the roar erupted, a tall and a short figure charged towards the berserk demons. Although it was their first time working together, they exhibited a good understanding, mainly Lancelot coordinating with Bruto. With a sturdy shield and powerful muscles, Bruto could directly block the berserk demons' bites and claws, smashing a few knees in his spare time, while Lancelot took care of protecting Bruto's flanks and rear, slashing off claws that Bruto didn't see, stabbing his sword into the mouths of giant toads, and stomping on the brains of the fallen berserk demons with his steel boots. They had knocked down several berserk demons almost instantly, and just as they were about to clinch an overwhelming victory, suddenly, a piercing howl sounded from above. This was an attack using sonic waves emitted by the wings of the demon taskmaster, a sound so loud and sharp it was unbearable, forcing everyone to huddle and squat on the ground, trying to block out the maddening noise. The demons were much less affected, seizing the opportunity to break away from the fray. Demons have terrifying regeneration abilities. Given a short period, severe injuries could become minor, but there weren't many giant toads left alive, and those remaining were almost crippled by Lancelot and the other dwarves. The demon taskmaster, like a spider, crawled down the nearly vertical pit wall and moved towards Lancelot and Bruto. As it drew nearer, the horrific sound waves it emitted became more intense, robbing people of the ability to resist and leaving them at its mercy. This ability was almost impossible to counter for the mortal races with hearing and required a higher level of strength to withstand. This is also why these humanoid fly-like demons are often appointed as taskmasters. Their terrible screeching could quickly quell any slave uprising. It moved step by step towards Lancelot, this unexpected human. If not for him, the bold dwarf would have been torn to shreds, a scenario proven multiple times to be very effective in boosting the work efficiency of the slaves. As for the death of a berserk demon, it couldn't care less. After all, berserk demons were just cannon fodder. With a wave of their mighty hands and a bit of their seemingly inconsequential magic power, the demon lords could turn swathes of coward devils into berserk demons. With screams of agony they were then usually thrown into meat grinder battles, resulting in berserk demons having the shortest average lifespan in the entire demon race, less than 24 hours. It walked up to Lancelot, satisfied to see the human clutching his ears in a death grip, oblivious to the approach. The humanoid fly demon raised its head, its half-meter-long pointed beak gleaming with lethal cold light, ready to plunge into the throat of the man. It glanced at its prey out of the corner of its eye, sensing that something was off. Although the man was covering his ears, his expression was not one of agony. In fact, the corners of his mouth were curling into a faint smile. In that brief moment of its hesitation, an iron hand shot out like lightning, seizing it by the root of its beak. Lancelot had actually used true chi to block his ears from the start, and while it couldn't completely shield out the terrifying buzzer, it was at least no longer unbearable. The demon struggled violently in his grasp, but Lancelot's hand was like a clamp, holding it firmly in place. He pulled down on the beak with his left hand, forcing the demon's head to droop, then drew his sword with his right hand and swooped down in one motion to decapitate the demon from its body. The remaining few berserk demons, seeing this, let out a strange cry and fled clean away. The decapitated body continued to flutter its wings, emitting that terrible screech, forcing Lancelot to chop off the pair of translucent wings as well. The world finally fell silent. When Bruto lifted his head, removing his hands from his own, the first thing he saw was Lancelot holding a head. In his hand, he held the long beak of the demon taskmaster, with the headless corpse of the fly demon nearby, which had been the source of many months of suffering for the dwarf slaves. Seeing the dwarves waking up, Lancelot tossed the long-beaked head over. "This long beak seems quite sharp, is it possible to make it into a short sword or dagger or something?" Bruto's gaze followed the rolling head on the ground, and he suddenly burst into tears. The crying spread like contagion, all the dwarves began to wail loudly, their cries so heart-wrenching that Lancelot was left awkwardly unsure of what to do. When the crying gradually subsided, Lancelot stepped forward and patted Bruto on the shoulder. "Are you all right?" "Wah! We're fine. Very, very sorry." Bruto ran off to check on his father. The old dwarf was in good spirits, despite the nasty fall and the several lashes he had received, but judging by the volume of his crying, he seemed to be mostly unharmed. Lancelot waited patiently on the side. He couldn't imagine what this group of dwarves had been through, but in this terrifying world, losing one's freedom was definitely one of the most dreadful things. After a while, Bruto came over supporting his father. The old dwarf bowed deeply to Lancelot and said, "Thank you, kind sir. I am Baron Frostforge, a blacksmith. If not for you today, we wouldn't know how long our enslavement would have lasted, and my foolish son would surely have been dead." Lancelot also returned a gesture. "Your son shows great courage, and his glorious battle has inspired us all." Then, with a tinge of curiosity, he asked, "How do you know I am a knight? Do you have humans in your world, too?" "My old man's craft is famous far and wide. We often get orders from the human kings," Bruto proudly interjected. The old dwarf gave his disrespectful son a punch on the head, a blow so powerful it seemed to kick up the dust on the ground, but Bruto appeared unfazed. "In the world we come from, humans and dwarves once fought each other, but a common enemy brought us together, and we formed a sacred alliance to fend off the orcs and goblins' attacks," Baron explained. "Your full body armor indicates you're a nobleman, and among humans, nobles are addressed as Sir." Lancelot nodded in understanding and continued to ask, "Could you tell me of your experiences? To be honest, I've only been in this world for a day, and I have many questions." Upon hearing this, Bruto and Baron's eyes widened and the outspoken Bruto exclaimed, "Judging by your fighting, we thought you were the legendary Abyssal Ranger." At this, Lancelot grew curious. "Abyssal Ranger? What is that?" "A good person wandering in the abyss," shrugged Bruto. "Some are forced to flee here yet are fortunate enough not to lose their freedom, like you," the old dwarf said, sighing. "The abyss is a dangerous place, but it can also easily make one stronger. Those who gain power here yet refuse to fall are called Abyssal Rangers. But you must understand, such individuals are few and far between, and they mostly lead a life in hiding." By then, the other surviving dwarves had also gathered around, thanking Lancelot, with Baron introducing them one by one. "This is Adric, this is his brother Adbuk, and these three are Dulg, Dane, and Darak. We wanted to forge a warhammer as a gift for the coronation of the new king. I organized this mining team to enter an ancient mine in hopes of finding the finest mithril Oregon. We knew the dangers deep within the mine, but that was the only place where mithril ore could still be found. Deep underground, we found what we were looking for. In fact, we discovered an entire vein of mithril ore, and everyone was so excited that they forgot the repeated admonitions of the Miners' Guild before we set out. There wasn't much left to mine inside, and if a new vein was discovered, what we should have done was to leave quickly, not linger on. Just as you humans cannot resist the temptation of gold, we dwarves also cannot step away when we discover a precious ore vein. By the time we came to our senses, the mine behind us had disappeared. The demons that roam the underground quickly found us, they seemed to frequently capture such unlucky fellows. They didn't tear us to pieces on the spot, but instead brought us to a steel fortress on the surface, where our slavery began. There, we saw a large number of other slaves, most of them dwarves but also humans, elves, and even orcs and goblins. A demon with huge wings was our master. It drove us to collect ores and forge equipment for it, until one day a more powerful demon lord came and hung its corpse on the city walls, and we had a new master. Such events happened every few months. We've been in this world for over a year, right up until we met you." Lancelot nodded sympathetically, consoling. "The days of hardship are finally over. We will surely find a way back to our original world." "That's almost impossible," the old dwarf's eyes darkened. "We once met an elf who was a well-learned scholar before he became a slave. He told us that the abyssal plane is beneath all the main planes, like a rubbish bin, the destination for all evil, fallen souls. Descending from the upper planes through portals is quite easy. Any careless mage might accidentally open a portal to the abyssal plane, but ascending from a lower plane to an upper one is very difficult, requiring the strength of at least a demigod to achieve." Lancelot was also struck by this news, but he immediately thought that with his own practice of the spiritual cultivation Tao, there might be a glimmer of hope. That elf may not be entirely correct, there might be other methods he doesn't know of. Lancelot tried to sound more upbeat. "What are your plans now?" A small debate quickly broke out among the dwarves, but Berend eventually persuaded everyone. "We plan to head to Twin Bridges Town." Chapter 11. What kind of place is Twin Bridges Town? Is there anything special about it? Berend's eyes lit up with longing as he answered. Twin Bridges Town is one among the few neutral towns in the Abyss, and it's the closest to us. It lies just beyond the foothills on the other side of the shattered mountain range. We should be able to see it once we get over this hill. The word neutral caught Lancelot's attention, and he asked with confusion. "Neutral town? Neutral between whom and whom?" "Between demons and devils, of course. Didn't you know?" Bruto looked at Lancelot oddly, then remembered something and apologized with a smile. "Sorry, I forgot you're new here." "Old man, better you explain." "I've heard of devils," Lancelot answered. "They don't get along with demons. It's more than just not getting along. If one day all the demons in the Abyss vanished completely, the first suspects would definitely not be the holy warriors from Mount Heaven." Berend stroked his grey-white beard. "Although both devils and demons are incarnations of ultimate evil in this universe, they severely clash over many doctrines. How does one differentiate evil from evil?" Lancelot asked curiously. "If there are distinctions within the good alignment, there are naturally also distinctions within the evil alignment." "Wait, could you first explain the distinctions within the good alignment?" "Well, the simplest example, a just judge and a Robin Hood-like thief. They're both good people, with kind hearts. The latter mocks the former's prudishness and naivety while the former believes that regardless of whom the stolen items come from, or how they're handled, theft must be punished by the law." An interesting view, but most people probably aren't that extreme, right? "Indeed not, but to some extent, everyone has some inclinations." Berend spread his hands, continuing, "Perhaps that's why we're mortal. Unfortunately, demons and devils happen to be at these two extremes." "Could you elaborate?" "You guys go and sort out our stuff first, see what else we can use." Berend first turned to speak to the other dwarfs, then found a rock to sit down on. "Let me briefly tell you what I know." Author's note: those familiar with the setting may skip this part. Demons represent chaos. They simply desire the destruction of the world, tearing apart anything that has a semblance of order. They are a group of powerful madmen, their intentions changing from one second to the next, and you can't expect them to follow any rules or strictly implement any plan, but mind you, they are crazy, not stupid. High-level demon lords control the lower-level demons mostly through violence and magic, but this is quite limited. There are a few high-level demons known as abyssal lords who control one or several layers of the abyssal worlds. These high-level demons are constantly fighting each other in an eternal and bloody conflict but might only unite temporarily against the devils. Devils, on the other hand, represent order. They aim to conquer the whole world, to own the soul of every being. They live in a plane called Barto Hell which supposedly has 9 layers, thus it's also called the 9 Hells. To achieve their goals, Devils can spend years planning and even longer executing those plans. They have a strict hierarchical structure, and at the pyramid's apex is Asmodeus, the supreme ruler of the 9 hells, and, legend has it, the strongest and first fallen among the beings created by the gods as angels to fight demons. Devils are rational, respect rules, but they're keen on exploiting loopholes in these rules. Unlike demons that simply wish to destroy mortals, devils enjoy dealing with mortals, trading in power, wealth, or beauty, employing every conceivable method to fulfill mortal desires, but their only true desire is the mortal's soul. For devils, the most important part is the brain, as their power derives from their scheming nature, it is the source of their magic power. For demons, on the other hand, the most important part is the heart, as their power comes from their destructive essence, the heart is the fountain of their life. For lower-level demons and devils, it doesn't matter much, destroying any part can kill them, but when facing higher-level foes, one must be careful not to make a mistake. The bottomless abyss and Barto Hell are both lower planes, and teleporting across these two planes is quite easy. The long war waged by the demons and demons to destroy each other is known as the Blood War. From what I understand, the current war situation has the demons at an advantage. They have established several fortresses in the homeland of the demons and are continuously attacking. It is said that the demons have also once invaded Barto Hell, but I have my doubts about this, as it's quite strange to imagine these tannery cooperating. However, the demons are far from losing this war because demons can be directly born from the chaotic energy in the abyss, making their numbers nearly infinite and easy to replenish. Demons, on the other hand, cannot do this as each new demon needs a fallen soul, which often leads to them facing a shortage of forces. Therefore, the profession of blood war mercenaries exists. They are from the upper planes of mortal races, coming here in pursuit of wealth, power, or merely being deceived, serving one side of the blood war, which is why neutral towns like this exist. A neutral town is typically ruled by a powerful succubus. Succubi are born directly from the projection of mortal lust in the lower planes and, by your human standards, each is incredibly attractive and seductive, merely seeing them can arouse your primal desires. Most abyssal lords have one or more succubi as lovers or advisors, and demons have found succubi incredibly effective at tempting mortals into falling. Whether they are demons or devils is still debated, but both sides can tolerate their presence, which is very rare in the lower planes. Lancelot was utterly engrossed, as these pieces of information were not in the knowledge left to him by the elves. He remembered another question and hurriedly asked. By the way, are we in the first layer of the abyss? Correct, this is the topmost layer of the abyssal plane, named the Plains of the Abyss. The Plains of the Abyss is the largest layer in the abyssal plane and the battlefield of the eternal blood war. Lancelot pondered for a moment. A neutral town was immensely enticing to him. He could obtain information, supplies, and even refuge there. If he wanted to survive in the abyss for a long time, a neutral town that welcomed him would be very helpful. A neutral town sounds perfect for me right now. Can I come with you? Of course, no problem. Bruto interjected happily. The abyss is full of dangers. To have a powerful and noble knight like yourself accompany us would be our pleasure, Bruto's father added more seriously. But we are not in a rush to leave, we might still stay here for a few days. What? Why not leave immediately? Is there something else you haven't handled yet? Lancelot asked, puzzled. Haha, look around you, there's a group of dwarves and a mine here, Bruto answered with a laugh. And to be honest, this is a really good mine. If the demons would treat us a bit better, there would be no need for whips. Just 2 days? No, 3 days, and we can arm everyone here. Lancelot asked, genuinely surprised. Can you start work right here? With a cross pickaxe and blacksmith hammer, we can start work anywhere. There are ore materials here, magma for heat, and a true master. I'm talking about my old man. Speak now if you have any requests, it will cost you later. What nonsense are you speaking? Bruto was again soundly punched by his delighted father. "Don't mind this lad's nonsense, Sir Lancelot. If you have any needs, you can approach me anytime. Dwarves never forget those who lend a hand during tough times." "You're too kind. I really don't have anything to offer as payment right now," Lancelot said, scratching his head awkwardly. "I would like to turn this fellow's mouth into a short sword or a dagger. Also, this armor might need some maintenance. If you could make the moving parts quieter, that would be great. Charging head-on in the abyss might not be a good idea. Making weapons from special materials is my forte. We've also found some excellent copper ore and dragon scale charcoal here. Just a small technique is needed to make your armor as smooth as if it were oiled," the former best blacksmith of Rivet Fort proudly said. "Just you wait and see." Chapter 12. Not far from the dwarf mines, Lancelot was sitting cross-legged in a cave. He had been cultivating here for the past 2 days, striving to enhance his cultivation level. It wasn't that there was anything special about the cave, it was simply because the hammering of the dwarves wasn't as piercing here. He found he no longer required sleep. After finishing his cultivation sessions, he could naturally enter into meditation. Resting for just an hour or two in a meditative state would leave him as refreshed as if he had slept through the night. His cultivation speed was now much slower than when he first experienced sensing chi, but Lancelot was clear that this was the normal state of affairs. A rapid increase in strength out of nowhere was nothing but a castle in the air, and the journey of spiritual cultivation was really about building a tower of sand accumulating slowly day by day until, eventually, countless streams returned to the ocean, transcending the mundane and entering the realm of the holy. Of course, these eloquent words were not his own, they came from Han Tianzun, who left the bamboo slips containing his cultivation insights. Every day, Lancelot would read the contents related to cultivation knowledge and experiences with a voracious thirst, in addition to his own practice. Han Tianzun came from a world where spiritual cultivation was mainstream, where there were various magical treasures and elixirs that could aid in cultivation. Some great sects even provided these for free to their outstanding members' progeny. There were abundant spiritual energy reserves in blessed lands and caves, typically occupied by various powerful forces, but where one could advance by leaps and bounds in cultivation, and there were also ancient caves and secret realms left by sages of old, where obtaining the lost divine skills and magical treasures could be exchanged for rich rewards from the great sects, or the bold among them might quietly keep the treasures for themselves, silently amassing a fortune. Such things obviously did not exist in the abyssal plane, but Han Tianzun had left behind methods of alchemy and artifact refining, which Lancelot might try out if he got the chance. Another matter that he took great interest in was the mention by Han Tianzun one day regarding the anomalous nature of the spiritual energy in this world. In the words of the old dwarf Barond, the abyssal plane was practically the main plane's trash bin, septic tank, the ultimate destination for all that was evil, filthy, and fallen. Naturally, the spiritual energy one could absorb while cultivating in this world had its issues. The Chi Si in his Danshan was currently dominated by his own innate power. Innate power was like an unfathomably deep ocean, deep and serene when calm. The spiritual energy he absorbed through cultivation from the outside world was different, however, they were like raging magma and roaring waterfalls, powerful but difficult to control. Yesterday, Lancelot tried practicing a Chi refinement realm combat technique called Gathering Chi Slash. The essence of this technique was to channel true Chi along a special path through the meridians before releasing it with a slashing motion. He used the stone platform on which he was seated as the object of his experiment. When he exercised his power using innate true Chi, the stone platform was sliced into 2 pieces as easily as a hot knife through butter. But when he switched to the spiritual energy of the abyssal plane, his great sword glowed red as he began to channel Chi, and with one strike, the platform exploded into over a dozen pieces upon contact with the sword blade. That was why he was now sitting on the ground. Although visually the effect of a single explosive slash was very cool, the actual utilization of energy was quite low. In terms of power, it was clear that the version using innate true Chi was much stronger. Lancelot felt quite helpless about this, He had tried many methods from the bamboo slips, including the ice heart spell for resisting the heart demon, and the 3 purities meditation for controlling emotions, but sadly, they were not very effective. Instead, they did help to stabilize his impatient state of mind considerably. After various attempts, he found that only a Dharma method called Imperial Chi body tempering was effective. When circulating the heavenly cycle, if a small strand of true Chi was initiated from the Danshan, the result was the accumulation of new spiritual energy from the environment. But if he gathered as much true Chi as possible right from the onset at the Danshan, his body would be strengthened under the stimulation of true Chi. This form of cultivation was akin to power training in the world of spiritual cultivation, but it had 2 minor additional effects. It could slightly increase the homogenization of the true Chi in his body and enhance his control over the true Chi, both of which were precisely what Lancelot needed at the moment. As cultivators possessed immense strength, they rarely deliberately exercised their bodies, generally opting to undertake such training to adjust their body's condition only when their cultivation technique was about to attain perfection and they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Furthermore, the effect of enhancing the homogenization of inner spiritual energy was useless for those who cultivated under normal conditions. Spiritual cultivators usually prioritized advancing to the next realm as quickly as possible since ordinary people have a limited lifespan, and only by breaking through to the next stage could they postpone their own aging. Endowed with the elves' blessing, Lancelot already had several times the lifespan of an ordinary person, so he didn't mind putting in some extra effort to solidify his strength. At that moment, he sensed someone entering the cave, so he concluded his cultivation session and stood up. "Lancelot, are you up?" Bruto's booming voice came from the entrance of the cave. "Even if I were still sleeping, you would have woken me up by now," Lancelot said helplessly. "Ha ha, I'm here to deliver goods, your order is completed." Bruto's figure appeared at the entrance, dragging behind a small trolley used for transporting ores. Excited, Lancelot ran towards him. Although he was already a spiritual cultivator, he was still not accustomed to going without armor. Paladins are knights too, the armored little person inside Lancelot's heart insisted. Bruto, proudly taking out a dark green short sword from the cart, said, "Take a good look, this is dwarf craftsmanship. That annoying humanoid fly is only good for its gabbing. My dad named it the kiss of deadly poison." Lancelot took the short sword and examined it carefully in his hands. The weapon was about as long as his forearm, with no crossguard, but the grip had been specially treated to prevent slipping. Most of the blade was unsharpened, but it had been crafted into a triangular spike at the end, which seemed very sharp. There was also a scabbard made from carapace, likely originating from the same source as the sword. The hardness of this short sword is as good as any metal weapon, but the toughness is just average, so you can confidently thrust it into anything you want, but please don't rely on it to block for your life. Upon hearing this, Lancelot tried a few thrusting motions, the blade flashing frighteningly in mid-air. Bruto involuntarily shrank his neck back and continued, "This weapon also retains the demon's poison, so enemies hit by it will become very weak, if they aren't killed by you on the spot, that is." "Thank you, I'm very satisfied," Lancelot said as he put the short sword away. "I also like the name Kiss of Deadly Poison, it suits it. My dad's always had a knack for naming weapons," Bruto beamed, continuing to pull more items out of his little cart. "Here's your armor. We've made some modifications at the joints as you asked, so you can try it on." Lancelot took the armor, now disassembled into parts, and noticed the joints had turned the color of brass, dotted with coin-sized black spots. "That's graphite. We extracted it from dragon scale charcoal. It will make the brass very slick. You'll know once you put it on." Lancelot, filled with curiosity, put on the armor right there. "Wow, I didn't think you'd manage on your own," Bruto exclaimed, impressed that Lancelot had swiftly donned the full set of armor without assistance. Lancelot was also startled for a moment. Full body armor was very heavy, and it was quite difficult to put on without an attendant's help, but now he had managed to do it by himself. It seemed that cultivation had indeed greatly improved his physical condition. "I've specifically trained for it," boasted Lancelot modestly. He moved around and found that the clanging of metal no longer sounded, now it was more like the noise of sand rubbing against sand. Although it was far from silent, it was much quieter than before when it could be heard from 30 paces away. "I really can't thank you enough," Lancelot suddenly felt a bit ashamed. "I don't have much to offer as a reward, but I will ensure your safety with all my might on our upcoming journey to Twin Bridges town." "Don't mention it, but speaking of a reward." Bruto suddenly seemed a little embarrassed. "Well, about that shield of yours, I found it quite handy to use." "Could I possibly?" "Haha, not a problem. We worked really well together when you took the shield." Lancelot pointed at the great sword leaning against the wall. "I prefer using this now." Bruto looked at the weapon, nearly 2 heads taller than him, with awe. "That thing sure is imposing. It's very fitting in this world. Unfortunately, we dwarves can't use it. Its center of gravity is just too high, making it hard for us to maintain balance when swinging it." Lancelot chuckled and patted his shoulder. "Now whenever I see a cross pickaxe, I can almost feel an ache in my knees." "Haha, the cross pickaxe is certainly the greatest invention of this world after the forge," Bruto said with a laughing smile. "All right then, the preparations are all done. It's time for us to set off." Chapter 13. Lancelot followed Bruto out of the cave where he'd been practicing his cultivation and returned to the edge of the mine. In just 3 short days, the place had been transformed into a temporary dwarven forge. Lancelot saw piles of coal, earthen forges, casting molds dug into the ground, and bellows fashioned from the wings of demons. Although the facilities were very simplistic, they had successfully equipped all the dwarves with armor and helmets, and each had a hand axe and warhammer tucked at their sides, fully armed to the teeth. Only those who have lost their freedom know how sweet it tastes. Bruto placed the helmet he'd been carrying on his back on his head. "And those who try to enslave us will either get our corpses or nothing at all." "What is that on your helmet?" Lancelot noticed a tall statue of a berserk demon that was quite lifelike on Bruto's helmet. "Ha, it's a memorial of the first enemy I killed," Bruto answered proudly. "Now everyone calls me Frog Slayer." "Was that your first battle?" Lancelot asked in surprise. Bruto's calmness and bravery had left a deep impression on him at the time. "True as true can be, I'm only 35 years old, and before that, I was an apprentice in my dad's forge," Bruto said, straightening his back. "Maybe I have a knack for being an adventurer." Lancelot inwardly sighed at the thought of being only 35 years old. But for dwarves, who lived past 300 years, one was considered young until the age of 50. He took another look at Bruto's helmet and secretly suspected that the main purpose of the toad-like figure was to make the wearer appear a bit taller. "Oh, Sir Lancelot, you're here. How's the armor?" Bruto's father, a master-level dwarven artisan, walked over. "The craftsmanship of the dwarves truly lives up to its reputation." "Thank you, Master Berend, I am very satisfied." "Ha! These are all makeshift, put together in haste." Berend laughed. "The conditions here are really poor. When I get the chance, I'll show you what true dwarven craftsmanship is all about." Lancelot too smiled. In the company of these cheerful dwarves, he'd almost forgotten he was in such a terrifying plane. The group got their equipment in order and began their march towards the other side of the mountain peak. Even though it didn't look far, they had to navigate around so many mine pits that they zigzagged along the narrow trails on the edges of the pits, finally arriving on the other side of the shattered mountain range just as the weak sun crested above them. Lancelot walked to the edge of a mountain pass and looked out into the distance. The elf's blessing had already enhanced his vision once, and now, as he channeled his true chi into his eyes, his sight was further strengthened, allowing him to see far into the distance until his view was obstructed by clouds or mountain ranges. In front of him lay a red wasteland. The ground was covered with terrifying cracks and holes, with threads of the Stygian river winding through like capillaries. Here and there were black spots, the iron fortresses of demons and devils. Within his line of sight, at least 3 places were the scenes of massive battles involving thousands of participants. Some were demons fighting demons and others were demons clashing with devils. The fighting between demons was chaotic beyond measure, with big guys grappling each other while the cannon fodder clashed indiscriminately. Lancelot wondered how the cannon fodder managed to distinguish friend from foe, or perhaps the commanders on both sides didn't really care. The armies of the devils, however, were easy to identify. They had neat legions, tight formations, and good command. Lancelot watched as hordes of demons walked right into an ambush set by the devils, first stunned by a barrage of stones falling from the sky, and then shredded apart by a well-timed cavalry charge. Seeing those demon knights, Lancelot couldn't help but look forward to the opportunity to match their prowess in the future. In the distance, a giant demon with double wings on its back and a flaming greatsword in hand was single-handedly dismantling a castle. The inhabitants were fleeing like ants that had their nest disturbed, and the destruction of the castle was only a matter of time. This is the abyssal plane, where war and destruction are the main themes. To survive, one must constantly become stronger, Lancelot silently reminded himself. Baron shielded his eyes with his hand and looked around, suddenly pointing towards a certain location and speaking. "There, see it? On that island in the middle of the Stygian river, that should be Twin Bridges town." Lancelot followed his pointing hand and looked. It was located to his lower left, not far from the base of the mountain. Twin Bridges town was built on a huge island in the middle of the Stygian river, with the red castle standing in the center of the town. 2 arched bridges connected the island to the riverbanks on either side, which must be the origin of Twin Bridges town's name. Lancelot shifted his gaze and started searching back and forth on the shattered mountain range for a suitable route down the mountain. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. "The way down looks treacherous, I'm afraid it might take 2 days." "No need for 2 days, half a day at most," Bruto approached, holding something. "As long as you learn to use our dwarven mode of transportation." Hearing this, Lancelot turned around and saw that the so-called mode of transportation was just a pair of slender metal boards, with one end curled upward and what looked like a place to put boots welded in the middle. What's this?" Lancelot asked, suddenly having a bad feeling. "This is called a pair of skis," Bruto said, his face filled with an excited frenzy. "Skiing is one of the favorite sports among us mountain dwarves, and skis are simple to use, very easy to learn." "I know what skiing is," Lancelot swallowed hard. "But where is the snow here? Look under our feet, big guy." Bruto stomped on the ground, kicking up some dust. "Every corner of the plains of the abyss is covered with a thick layer of ash that you can treat just like snow, its friction is even less than that of snow. See those smooth slopes? The ash layer there is at least 3 meters thick." "But this seems very dangerous," Lancelot insisted. "That's why we have a full set of protective gear." "Well, they're also armor." Bruto handed 2 ski poles to Lancelot and began helping him put on the skis. "We'll just follow behind the others. The veterans will find a suitable path ahead." Berend had already set off with the other dwarves. It's worth noting that skiing is indeed a very simple sport for dwarves, who have a lower center of gravity. Besides, their bodies were like stone. If they were to crash into something, the one taking more damage might not be these dwarves. "With elves' blessings and the enhancement of spiritual cultivation, I should be able to survive the journey down the mountain," Lancelot consoled himself. "By the way, your armor should be able to withstand an impact of over a ton, right?" Lancelot's face changed and he was just about to answer when Bruto pushed him out. "Bruto!" Bruto wore a mischievous grin, then adjusted his helmet and leaped out after him. Chapter 14. After a brief moment of panic, Lancelot swiftly regained his balance thanks to his excellent physical conditioning. His memories of skiing were instinctively awakened, a skill he learned during a vacation with his brother when he was younger. After the initial steep descent, the slope became slightly more gentle. Lancelot worked hard to control his skis, making wide turns on the dusty slope to avoid picking up too much speed. Bruto, making smaller, quicker turns, caught up from behind and crossed paths with Lancelot while skiing. "You're skiing pretty well." "What?" The wind blowing straight at him was too loud, and Lancelot couldn't hear clearly. "I said you're doing pretty well," Bruto roared, and Lancelot quickly nodded to show he had heard. "I won't wait for you." Bruto bent his body and, like a fish, shot forward instantly, leaving Lancelot in the dust at the back. Lancelot shook his head and continued at a comfortable pace, moving steadily forward. The wind from the abyss carried the scent of sulphur as it brushed Lancelot's face. He skied down following the marks left by the dwarfs, fully enjoying the thrill speed brought. His heart gradually became calm, quietly feeling the atmosphere of becoming one with nature. From his dantian, a strand of true qi naturally separated and began circulating through his meridians in the circulation of qi. At this moment, he entered a mysterious state. According to the records on the bamboo slips, spiritual cultivators sometimes feel very attuned with nature and subconsciously enter a state of enlightenment, where their primary cultivation technique naturally operates, significantly increasing their cultivation level and providing an indescribable insight into the Tao. Compared to normal cultivation, the speed of absorbing nature's spiritual energy was much faster now. By the time Lancelot came out of this state, his body emitted a visible white vapor. He realized that he had unknowingly broken through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation, but he had no time to rejoice over this. He was merely annoyed that the mysterious state had ended so quickly. During that state, it seemed like he had comprehended many things, and questions about cultivation that he had been pondering over for a long time seemed to have answers, but now, he could remember none of it, only a vague impression remained. He could only collect his thoughts and continued skiing while resuming his cultivation. About half an hour later, he entered a gentle slope area with the thickest dust. The dwarf's figures also appeared in front, and no longer controlling his speed, he quickly caught up with them. Bruto noticed Lancelot and shouted back. "How about it? Feels good, right?" "Indeed, it feels quite nice," Lancelot said with a slight smile, appearing unexpectedly calm and composed, catching Bruto off guard and nearly making him tumble. Lancelot thought to himself, my bad, for startling the dwarf, and promptly ceased his imitation of Han Tianzun's demeanor. "What was that about just now?" Bruto, pushing a few times with his ski poles, caught up and asked. "Ah, just feeling a bit touched by the sunny weather and scenic beauty of the abyss, that's all." "PSH, you were definitely just trying to act cool and cover up how slow you were going," Bruto grumbled, making a sharp turn in an attempt to throw a faceful of dust at Lancelot, who easily dodged. "Damn, are you part elf or something?" Bruto muttered discontentedly. "Hey, I really could be considered part of the elves," Lancelot answered him, keeping his upper body still while just letting his feet swing from side to side, looking quite a bit like the elegant charm of the elves. "What do you mean?" Bruto was about to press for details when he suddenly noticed a change in Lancelot's expression and Lancelot turned sharply toward him. "Hey, what are you doing? You're going to crash into me, dangerous ah. Bruto turned sharply, trying to dodge Lancelot, but saw Lancelot also twist and head in another direction, instantly widening the distance between them. "What the?" Bruto's complaint was cut short when a thick meaty column suddenly rose from the grey layer between the two, its surface covered in centipede-like segments, and as thick as a centuries-old oak tree, about 3 to 4 people could embrace it. Bruto looked up to see the end of the meaty column split open into a massive mouth filled with sharp teeth, coming right at him. He let out a strange cry, his hands spinning furiously like wheels on his ski poles, shooting forward like a streak of light, with the grey worm chasing relentlessly behind at a matching speed, seemingly determined not to stop until it had devoured this intruder into its territory. "Ah! Keep it away from me! Get this thing off me!" Bruto glanced back and saw the mouth was almost upon his backside, scaring him out of his wits, flailing with all his might to slightly increase the distance from the sandworm again. Lancelot wanted to help, but he simply couldn't catch up, so all he could do was watch anxiously from behind. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind, remembering the records about flying sword on the bamboo slips. The day Han Celestial Sovereign controlled a small flying sword, he almost instantly chopped a demon wielding great axes into pieces, the image deeply embedded in his memory. So, when he learned from the bamboo slips that he would need the cultivation level of a demigod in the nascent soul stage to operate a flying sword, his heart sank in disappointment. According to the explanation in the bamboo slips, the flying sword's ability to fly relies on the control of the spiritual cultivator's outwardly exerted spiritual power. Spiritual power originates from the transformation of true Qi after reaching the golden core stage, and being able to manipulate it with ease requires reaching the nascent soul stage. Although he only had true Qi and couldn't exert it outward, the principle of the flying sword could still be borrowed. True Qi surged from Lancelot's dantian. He referenced the gathering Qi / technique to accumulate the true Qi under the snowboard at his feet, and then released it explosively from the back of the board. A loud explosion came from the back of the snowboard, the strong thrust causing his body to lean back instantly, and Lancelot felt like an arrow shot from a bow. After breaking through to the middle rank of Qi cultivation, the true Qi in his dantian Qi Si was nearly full, and he could feel a clearly stronger flow of true Qi during cultivation. This strength made Lancelot initially lose control due to excessive force but thankfully adjusted quickly. Bruto heard the sound of rushing wind from behind, thinking the sandworm was about to bite him, and too terrified to look back, he screamed out loud. Suddenly, he felt light, as Lancelot had caught up with him, grabbed Bruto with his left hand, and tucked him under his armpit. Lancelot continued to spur the snowboard under his feet, their speed skyrocketing, quickly leaving the terrifying sandworm far behind. "Woo, woo, thank you so much, Lancelot. You really are, truly are, my lifesaver," Bruto said, breathless. "Haha, your screaming just now was truly magnificent. Could you give us another one?" Lancelot teased, seeing his face smeared with snot and tears. At these words, Bruto managed an embarrassed smile, but suddenly his face stiffened, turning into horror, and he shouted. "The cliff ahead! The cliff!" Chapter 15. Lancelot fixed his gaze and discovered that there was a cliff ahead of them, their speed too fast to turn in time now. In their haste to escape, they had long since veered off the path. What lay below the cliff was now unseen, they could only take a gamble. "Hold on to me!" he shouted loudly, then once again spurred the snowboard beneath his feet to increase his speed. There was likely nothing but unaccumulated dust and scattered rocks below the cliff, so he had to fly as far as possible to hopefully find a suitable area to land. "No, no, 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 no! Don't jump, don't jump! Ah, 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 ah!" Amidst Bruto's screams of terror, two figures flew out from the cliff. Lancelot continued to stimulate the snowboard with true Qi. Although he couldn't manage it like flying a flying sword, he was still able to adjust the direction and speed of his glide through the air. Lancelot looked around for a suitable place to land, but what he saw once again brought his heart to a stop. In front of them was a gigantic sandworm, at least 10 feet in radius and nearly 1,000 feet long, rearing up like a cobra with its gaping maw wide open, waiting for them. In that disgusting giant mouth were rows upon rows of sharp teeth, and Lancelot had no doubt that anything caught between them would be reduced to a paste. "Fuck, fuck, fuck! Not like this! We're going to die!" Bruto had lost all coherence, the shock of the past 5 minutes had exceeded what a dwarf could bear. "Hold tight!" Lancelot too was scared by the massive mouth resembling a tunnel entrance, but he knew he still had a chance to fight. He drew his great sword from his back, silently estimating the distance as he poured all his might and innate power into the gathering Qi slash. A golden red sword aura extended along the sword, making the great sword appear to have doubled in length. Just as he was about to fall into the maw of the lord-level monster, Lancelot twisted his body into an inverted position and funneled all the remaining true chi sourced from the nature's spiritual energy into the snowboard on his feet. An explosion sounded in the air as the snowboard beneath Lancelot's feet shattered, his body changing its original trajectory by utilizing the explosive force, plummeting like a meteor. It seemed he would narrowly miss the gaping mouth, but with his current velocity, hitting the ground would likely still spell certain death. Ha! The unbelievable happened. As Lancelot brushed past the Sandworm Lord, he fiercely slashed with the great sword, exhaling golden sword aura in his hand. The Sandworm, thought to be soundless, let out a ground-shaking wail. Lancelot's weapon cut through the lower jaw of the giant worm as easily as a hot knife through a cake, slicing downward. He gripped the sword hilt tightly to slow his descent. The great sword, like unzipping the belly of the Sandworm Lord, laid it open and spilled its guts for all to see. The insides of the Sandworm Lord were mostly comprised of the sand and mud it had consumed. If not for the creature's massive girth, Lancelot's strike could have split it completely, as easily as chopping wood. Bruto held tightly to Lancelot's thighs, his eyes shut tight, missing this spectacular moment. For a dwarf, the experience of feet not touching the ground for so long was still too terrifying. Finally, he felt his legs touch the ground, and Lancelot patted his shoulder. There, we've landed, you can let go now. Bruto carefully opened his eyes and looked around. The first thing that came into view was the corpse of the Sandworm Overlord, its colossal body split open in the middle, looking like an opened book, still standing upright in mid-air. By Moradin's long beard! Bruto exclaimed, using the name of the dwarf creator. Lancelot, from today on you are my big brother, how did you do it? Give me the shield first, Lancelot, looking up, said with a serious face. Without any hesitation, Bruto took off the shield from his back and handed it to Lancelot. Big brother, here you go. Are you going to give me an autograph? Lancelot wordlessly raised the shield over his head and thumped it on Bruto's head. Hurry up and come back to your senses, this is to use as an umbrella for a moment. Before his words ended, a torrential blood rain hammered on their heads, the fresh blood spurting from the inside of the sandworm, and because Lancelot had fallen too swiftly, it reached the ground ahead of the blood. The small shield hardly covered their entire bodies, and the areas exposed were splotched with blood red, as if splashed with paint, in an instant. Bruto let out an odd cry, once again clinging tightly to Lancelot's thigh. Lancelot thought Bruto's voice had taken on a sharper tone, considering how often he had made such cries today. Following that was a large amount of sand, which was the food the sandworm consumed into its belly. A sandstorm descended upon the two of them, as Lancelot held the shield steadfastly, a clinking sound filled the air, obviously mixed with rocks and other hard substances within the sand. Bruto, still clutching Lancelot's thigh, twitched his ears, as if discerning something carefully, then he tilted his head up, staring dumbly at the shield raised above his head. Perhaps it was some faint, crisp collision sound that stirred him. Bruto suddenly released his grip on Lancelot and leaped outside. "What are you doing?" Lancelot cried out in surprise, perplexed by Bruto's strange behavior. "I heard it. I heard lots. There are so many." Bruto's voice was instantly drowned out by the sand. In fact, his entire body had been buried completely by the continuously falling sand. Fearing that Bruto would be suffocated, Lancelot quickly reached out and dragged him back. "Have you gone mad? This is..." Lancelot's words were cut mid-sentence when he saw that Bruto was holding a fist-sized yellow crystal stone, grinning foolishly. "Bruto, what is this?" "Pure mountain crystal. Even bigger than the one on the Dwarf King's crown. And there are lots more inside. I definitely didn't hear wrong." Lancelot paused for a moment, then suddenly realized. The sandworm had been burrowing through the ground, consuming sand and soil, surely swallowing many precious ores and gemstones over time. This huge sandworm overlord might be like an old clam, with its belly full of treasures. What caught his attention more was the feeling that this mountain crystal contained a large amount of spiritual energy, very much like the spirit stones described in the bamboo slips. Spirit stones are a very common resource in the world of spiritual cultivation, classified into lower, middle, upper, and even top grades based on the quality of spiritual energy they contain. They could be directly absorbed by cultivators to replenish energy during battle or cultivation, and were used in artifact refining, alchemy, to power formations, and many other aspects, acting like currency among the lower and middle rank spiritual cultivators. Lancelot's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement, as the bamboo slips recorded several rare encounters, including killing fierce beasts and seizing the treasures they guarded, which appeared to apply just as well in the abyssal plane. We've struck it rich. Chapter 16. As the sandstorm had just started to subside, Lancelot and Bruto plunged into the sea of sand. Strictly speaking, within a few days, these grains of sand would have become the excrement of sandworms, but who could ignore the treasures buried within? This wasn't the time to be squeamish. Describing their current state as wading through a sea of fecal maggots was not an exaggeration. Lancelot, with his sensitivity to spiritual energy, could pinpoint and retrieve a crystal stone with each try. Bruto, on the other hand, leveraged a dwarf's innate sensing, or perhaps obsession, for gemstones, frantically digging in the sand, which allowed him to find quite a lot as well. Lancelot grasped a mountain crystal and with a thought, the spiritual energy within the crystal stone was absorbed into his body, quickly restoring much of the true chi he had expended in the recent battle. Absorbing the spiritual energy from crystal stones could replenish his strength, but it couldn't exceed his original limits. To improve his level of cultivation, he still needed to practice assiduously. However, confirming that these mountain crystals could be used as spirit stones greatly exhilarated Lancelot. This made many actions that required spirit stones now feasible. Once they had thoroughly sifted through the sand dunes, the two huddled together, exhausted, counting their spoils of war. Lancelot had found a large number of what Bruto called mountain crystals, crystal stones emanating rich spiritual energy, which a sensitive spiritual cultivator would find hard to miss. Bruto, on the other hand, had collected various gemstones and pure ores. Sandworms were not picky eaters when it came to feeding. Sometimes, they would even consume an entire vein of ore. Those raw ores would be refined in their stomachs, leaving behind just a small, undigested part of pure ore, which was an exceptionally precious forging material. The young dwarf looked at the vast treasure scattered on the ground with eager eyes, painfully yet firmly pushed them towards Lancelot, saying, "These are your spoils of war, Lancelot. They do not belong to me. It was you who killed that monstrous worm and you also saved me. If it weren't for you, I might be with these gemstones right now inside the belly of a sandworm." Lancelot chuckled, patted Bruto. "Those mountain crystals are indeed useful to me, but if it weren't for you, I might have missed them. How about this, you pick 3 of your favorite gemstones from here as a reward for discovering the treasure." "I think 1 would suffice for the merit I contributed," Bruto said seriously as he picked up the largest and most beautiful ruby. "Are you sure? Don't you want to take more?" Lancelot asked politely. "Lancelot, are you a demon? Resisting temptation is really difficult." Bruto roared in anger. You were also quite scared today, so consider it a consolation for your emotional distress." "That makes sense." Bruto's expression changed as he quickly grabbed a lump of pure iron ore. "This thing is not of much use to you, we dwarves are satisfied as long as we can work with such precious material. Later, if you want a new weapon or armor, just let me know. Haha, I'll be waiting for your blacksmith shop to open. I'm looking forward to updating my equipment." "Lancelot, I want to discuss something with you," Bruto started hesitantly. "What's up? You want to take a few more pieces?" "No, not that." "Really?" No. I mean, could I possibly join you on your adventures in the future?" Bruto's face turned slightly red. Why would you want that? You've seen what happened today. Becoming an adventurer probably means that such incidents will become routine. Lancelot didn't want to overly dampen Bruto's enthusiasm but felt obliged to offer a gentle reminder. 2 reasons, I suppose. First, I might never become as excellent a blacksmith as my father. I don't have the talent. You might not quite understand, but realizing this fact really sapped my motivation, Bruto explained, spreading his hands. In that fight for freedom, I found that I preferred wielding weapons over forging them, and it seems I actually have a talent for it. Not to mention, in the abyssal plane, this might be our only hope of getting out of here. Sounds reasonable, Lancelot nodded. What's the other reason? Bruto laughed and pointed at Lancelot. Because of you. Me? Lancelot touched his nose, puzzled. What's the most important thing on an adventure? Of course, it's a trustworthy partner, Bruto said, answering his own question. Wow! Lancelot was moved and asked, are you saying that I'm a partner you can trust? We dwarves find it very hard to trust others. The old man always says that by the time you truly consider a human a friend, they are usually old and about to die, Bruto said with a serious and sincere expression, but you managed to win my trust in just 3 days. You've saved me twice. My life is yours to give, so from now on, I am willing to give you my back unreservedly. Will you accept my trust? Overwhelmed with emotion, Lancelot blurted out. I am willing. As these 3 words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly turned very peculiar, and both fell silent. I mean, from now on, we are an adventuring team. Lancelot was the first to speak, trying to break the awkward silence. Of course, haha, Bruto seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Right, then let's pack up and head out. Your fathers must be getting anxious waiting. Their skis had been destroyed in the fight, but they were not far from their target. Lancelot cast a spell to summon his warhorse, first helped Bruto mount it, then he too leapt onto the horse and they rode towards their originally intended destination of the crazy mountain descent. After riding for about half an hour, they met Berend and the others, who were anxiously waiting in place. On the road, Lancelot had already agreed with Bruto not to disclose all their gains, for even if these dwarves had no ill intentions, letting even a little information slip could attract more trouble than they could handle. The final explanation they gave was that they had been chased off course by a sandworm and their skis were broken, so they were delayed for such a long time. Berend was still a bit skeptical. All of them had heard the earth-shattering scream which had come from the direction Bruto and Lancelot were coming. However, seeing his son unharmed, he lost the interest to probe further. After the group joined up, they continued on toward Twin Bridges town, and finally, as the round, blood-red sun was about to completely disappear from the horizon, they reached one of the 2 arch bridges that spanned the Stygian River, the entrance to Twin Bridges town. A humanoid figure with huge bat wings was giving instructions to a pair of berserk demons guarding the bridgehead. On hearing someone approaching, she turned around. Lancelot felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. This was a shockingly beautiful female demon. She wore a leather outfit that barely covered anything, her proud figure seeming as if it would burst free from its confines. 2 straight horns extended from amidst her black hair on top of her head, and behind her were a pair of large bat wings and a tail with an arrow-shaped tip. This was a succubus, rumored to be born directly from mortals' fantasies and desires for beauty and sex. Countless facts proved they were the perfect embodiment of the word licentious. The succubus smiled at them enticingly and greeted. Good evening, gentlemen, my name is Tajena, welcome to my town. Are you here for business or pleasure? Chapter 17. Facing the scantily clad succubus with stunning looks, Lancelot couldn't help feeling parched and his heartbeat sped up. He struggled to move his gaze away from that beautiful face, but the body of the succubus was even more blood-stirring. The verses of the Ice Heart spell naturally came to his mind, and the true chi inside his body circulated in tandem, completely calming him down. He refocused his attention on the succubus's face, but his gaze had become pure. Tajana noticed his wandering gaze, which made her turn her head, just in time to meet Lancelot's eyes. She realized these pale blue eyes were looking at her without any impure thoughts, as if merely appreciating a beautiful piece of art. She had been very familiar with this kind of gaze, but it had been hundreds of years since someone had looked at her this way. She carefully sized up this tall, dark-haired human male with strong self-control, and involuntarily licked her lips. This action nearly made the berserk demons around them shoot fire from their eyes, but the dwarves seemed indifferent to it. Berend cleared his throat and said, "Honored lady, we are a group of skilled craftsmen seeking shelter. Is there any use you have for us? But we must clarify in advance that no matter what your conditions are, we will not surrender our freedom." "Ah, shelter, Twin Bridges town indeed provides such service, and I'm not interested in your freedom." Tajana moved her gaze away from Lancelot, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Something in the succubus's gaze earlier had made him want to turn and run. "I only need you to hammer these metal ingots into the specified shapes. In fact, there are already quite a few dwarves in the city, and they are free to leave whenever they wish. What is the cost for them to become residents of Twin Bridges town?" Berend was still cautious. "Talk to your kin first, they will probably use many pleasant words to describe me. When you've decided you still want to stay, come find me." Tajana's gaze returned to Lancelot. "You haven't introduced yourself yet, is this how you show courtesy to a lady, Sir Knight?" "My name is Lancelot, honored lady." Lancelot gave a knightly bow. "At your service." "Ha ha, had I not known you better, I would have taken that statement seriously." Tajana laughed lightly, her wings stretched behind her, obscuring her smile and her exposed body, leaving only a pair of beautiful eyes looking at Lancelot. Lancelot was somewhat at a loss, and could only bow formally again. "So, do you also wish to become a resident of Twin Bridges town and receive my..." Tajana's wings suddenly opened wide. "Protection. If you permit it." Facing this striking scene, Lancelot feigned calmness and nodded, then slightly tilted his nose up. "You don't really need my protection, you were just being polite with me earlier." Tajana began circling around Lancelot, her tail wrapping around his waist like a snake. "Unlike these dwarves, you only need a haven, to occasionally return here, deal with the spoils of your adventures, repair equipment, purchase supplies, find the next quest or employer," she whispered hotly into Lancelot's ear, coming close with her head. "And to relieve the stress accumulated in this dreadful world, or perhaps something else." Lancelot took a step forward, escaping the increasingly bold tale. "Take your time wandering around this city, and you'll find it perfectly meets your needs," the succubus said, her wings beating as she rose into the air. "Then come to my castle, I have a special task for you. Completing it will earn you the right to come and go freely here." Lancelot watched Tajana's figure gradually disappear into the sky and sighed. "So this is the legendary succubus, indeed they possess an irresistible charm." Bruto gave him a pitiful look. "You haven't fallen for her charm, have you? I've heard that thing is really tricky, and you humans often fall for it without realizing." Lancelot, surprised, retorted. "What do you mean you humans? Don't you feel your heart racing too?" "Not at all," Bruto shook his head. "Just imagine your perfect partner in your mind, then double her height and compress her width to a third." "Okay, they're definitely not your type," Lancelot shrugged and began walking towards the bridge. "But you have to admit she's pretty." "Indeed, very pretty, that's how they make their living," Bruto said, stepping forward and gazing up with a look of disdain at the berserk demons serving as guards along the bridge. "It's said that demons originate from the souls of mortals who fell into the abyss, so the succubi have the same deadly allure to them, throwing themselves upon this to curry favor with the demon lords. That requires some serious diplomatic skill, hard to imagine a demon having the patience for that." "No, women are born with it and enjoy it, even among the crazy race of demons," Bruto said gravely. Never trust the words of a being without a handle, their sweet nothings are like beautiful bubbles that ultimately leave you with nothing. Sounds like you've got plenty of stories, Lancelot said, barely holding back a laugh. Yes, hopefully, we'll find a tavern here, or we definitely won't be settling in this place. As they spoke, the group had already crossed halfway over the arch bridge, and Twin Bridges town was now fully in their view. Despite being naturally protected by the Stygian River, Twin Bridges town still boasted towering city walls, although they looked very decrepit and seemed to have been breached not long ago. At the end of the bridge was a massive gate. After passing through a narrow and dark passage, the group entered the interior of Twin Bridges town. The first thing that caught their eye was a crowded and chaotic street made of broken paving stones, and the buildings on both sides fully reflected the chaotic nature of the demons, each constructed haphazardly, bizarre and ugly, each appearing as designs that survived numerous wild attempts, clearly lacking anything resembling a city planning bureau. Despite this, Lancelot noticed some less unconventional structures including taverns, shops, and brothels, obviously operated by non-demonic races, or possibly less crazy among the demons. At the end of the street was a small square with a rather exquisite statue in the center, depicting a succubus leading an army like a commander. Lancelot recognized that succubus as the likeness of Tajana. Just as he was about to examine the details of the statue, he suddenly felt his spirit perception triggered. His right hand shot backward, grabbing a claw that had reached into his pocket. The claw was attached to a small, gray-skinned demon, gradually fading from invisibility, looking at the person who caught him with a face full of fear. "Oh, great," Bruto raised an eyebrow. A Quasimodo demon thief. Chapter 18. Dink surrenders. Dink has surrendered. No one should expect the peacekeeping standards here, Lancelot said to Bruto. However, I'm quite curious as to what would happen if we handed him over to the guards. No. Don't. Dink has treasure. For you. All for you. Don't hand Dink over to the big toad, the big toad will tear Dink to pieces, and you'll get nothing. Oh, that's possible, Bruto said, rubbing his hands together. For instance, we could witness a scene where a Quasimodo demon is ripped in half, and maybe that berserk demon will even throw the corpse straight into its mouth. Such spectacles are not easily seen. No. You can't do this. The captured Quasimodo demon screamed. Suddenly, Lancelot saw the image of the Quasimodo demon before him contort in a terrifying manner. Its eyes emitted a horrifying glow as it opened its mouth full of fine teeth, saying, "Mortal, release me at once." Its voice became eerie and hoarse, like an existence that absolutely must not be defied. However, Lancelot was not frightened at all, viewing the poor performance of this green demon with an amused spectator's attitude, but Bruto seemed to have been influenced slightly, retreating several steps with a look of terror. "Hey!" shouted Lancelot at the dwarf, his voice slightly laced with true chi. Bruto immediately came to his senses, realizing he had been cowed by the little trick of the Quasimodo demon, which made him fuming with anger. He rolled up his sleeves, preparing to hit the detestable creature. Lancelot found the behavior of the little demon quite amusing and decided to use its own methods against it. Nature's spiritual energy from the abyssal plane flowed from his dantian, filling the meridians throughout his body and gathering in his eyes. He stared fixedly at the Quasimodo demon and said in a voice that startled even himself, "How dare you?" The intimidation had a very good effect. In fact, it might have been a bit too effective. The demon named Dink's eyes bulged, and its body went limp, collapsing on the ground. Its grey-green skin oozed a dark brown, foul-smelling mucus, but thankfully, Lancelot had released his hold before it hit the ground. What did you do to it?" Bruto was also utterly bewildered by the situation. "Nothing much, just gave it a bit of a scare too," Lancelot replied, though deep inside he had another guess. Demons were said to be born directly from the energies of the abyssal plane, and he didn't believe the nature's spiritual energy he absorbed had no connection with the essence of demons. "Wah! A shocking sight dawned upon both Lancelot and Bruto, as the Quasimodo demon actually started crying. Although no one had ever seen a demon cry, they could easily identify the act from the liquid flowing from the eyes, body convulsing, and the sounds coming from its mouth, confirming that the demon before them was indeed frightened to tears. Woo woo! Mama! Don't kill Dink! Woo woo! Dink doesn't want to die! Hey! Bruto couldn't take it anymore and kicked it. All right, stop the wailing, we won't kill you. But any demon passing by might take a swing because you're acting so disgracefully for a demon. Dink, however, just stared straight at Lancelot. As if having a sudden realization, it gathered beams of red light from within its body, eventually forming a blood-red orb above its head. The green demon knelt fearfully before Lancelot, holding out the red orb with both hands. Dink's essence, please take it, master. Once you take it, Dink becomes your servant. Take it and don't kill Dink. Lancelot curiously observed the red orb. His spirit perception told him it was harmless, but he cautiously did not immediately accept it. He asked, "What use do I have for your essence? More importantly, what use do I have for you?" Dink, as if seeing some hope, answered very quickly. Holding Dink's essence, Dink's life is in the master's hands. The master can see what Dink sees, hear what Dink thinks, Dink knows this place, Dink can guide the master, scout information for the master, Dink is useful, very useful. This grey-green demon was almost shrieking by the end. Lancelot nodded and took the small red orb. As he grasped the orb, a very mysterious bond was established. He felt as if he had gained another pair of eyes, eyes that were staring at a pair of familiar steel boots, trembling slightly with fear. Besides, he also felt an intense joy as if seeing a transparent Quasimodo demon muttering to itself. Dink is to become a slave, but Dink won't die now. Dink smashed into Mother's envoy, Dink was supposed to be dead for sure, but the master accepted Dink's essence, Dink really is lucky. Dink, Dink. This additional visual and auditory experience had a strange sense of detachment and did not affect Lancelot's own thinking in any way. Moreover, he was acutely aware that if he destroyed this small orb, the demon in front of him would immediately scream and dissolve into a pool of blood, completely vanishing from this world. It seems this Quasimodo demon mistook him for some formidable being, and the way it thought of Mother was also intriguing, but that could be researched later. Pretending to be stern, Lancelot said to it, "Stand up, Dink, I accept your loyalty." The Quasimodo demon named Dink immediately stood up, eagerly asking, "Master, what do you need Dink to do?" Bruto, who was standing nearby, watched all this with his eyes wide and mouth agape. He turned to Lancelot, confused. "You've just taken on a demon as a minion." Lancelot shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "It must have been subdued by the murderous aura on me. After all, we did kill quite a few berserk demons before, which it fears the most." "Makes sense, but I've also killed plenty, why isn't it afraid of me? Who made you freeze up because of it just now?" Lancelot rolled his eyes. Everything that had happened was actually over in an instant, and Berend and the other dwarves had also gathered around by now, all looking curiously at the small demon who was less than half their height, with sharp horns on its head. Some dwarves complained indignantly. "Quasimodo demons, they've often caused trouble when we were working, hiding the ore we painstakingly mined, just to see us whipped." The demon being scrutinized covered its head and shouted in its defense. "Dink didn't. Dink never did. It wasn't Dink's doing. All right, this Quasimodo demon has already been subdued by me." Lancelot took out the red orb. "See, it willingly gave me its demon essence. I've heard of this thing, very few demons are willing to hand over their essence, they'd rather howl and fight to the death, except for the Quasimodo demons." Berend frowned as he looked at the item in Lancelot's hand. "They're too weak, so they often serve more powerful beings in exchange for a chance to survive." "How did you get it?" It stuck its claw into my pocket and I caught it on the spot, then I simply showed it a bit of my power, and so it was. Lancelot sensed Dink's intense distress due to the onlookers, so he turned and said to it, "Aren't you familiar with this town? Introduce us to it, lead the way." Chapter 19. After wandering through the twisted and oppressive streets of Twin Bridges town for 2 hours, Lancelot and Dink found themselves back in front of Tajana's statue. The intelligence and language abilities of the Quasimodo demon were not great, and it couldn't quite fulfill the role of a tour guide. Luckily, Lancelot was able to read its thoughts directly, eventually getting a rough understanding of the situation in Twin Bridges town. This town, built on Riverheart Island, was not small, equivalent in size to a county seat in the human realm. According to their main functions, the entire town could roughly be divided into 4 areas. First was the blacksmith district, where a large number of craftsmen shielded by Tajana gathered, including dwarves, humans, goblins, and other odd races, tirelessly producing goods day and night for her weapons trade business. In that area, Berend met several of his former prison mates, who were now inquiring about the local working conditions, while Bruto stayed there with his old man. Then there was the trade zone, where most of the shop owners were sales agents sent by the demon lord to deal with the spoils of war. There were also members of the mortal races from the higher planes. Lancelot regretfully learned that they all belonged to certain organizations, brought here in the form of a summon by his predecessor. They would automatically return to their original world when their time was up, receiving a substantial allowance for their externship in the dangerous zone. The merchandise here included treasures with potent curse effects, various toxic substances that even demons could not immunize against, and even jars of human-faced worms that wailed. Basically, there was nothing he could use, except for one human shop whose employees dressed in red robes. The enchanted equipment and magic scrolls inside seemed quite practical. The street they had just passed was part of the mercenary quarters. This area was filled with plenty of taverns, inns, and residences of local inhabitants, some more accurately called dens, some of which were even available for rent. Types included single rooms above taverns, villas with gardens, dungeons and interrogation rooms, tombs under mass graves, channels that lead directly to the Stygian River, and cesspits connected to all the public toilets. Essentially, most races could find a place that met their needs here. However, the most important building was a mercenary hall, akin to an arena, offering services to the foolhardy adventurers who dared enter the abyss. They could accept various dangerous missions, with rewards so substantial that one would take any risk, though of course, no reward is worth anything if you're dead, though in some cases, taking the form of undead or spirits also works. Finally, there was the military area with Tajana's Red Castle at its core. The castle was surrounded by the barracks of the Succubus Lord's army. The exact number of troops stationed there was undetermined, composed of various types of soldiers including berserk demons, iron cavalry demons, flomos, and other low-level demons. The commanders, according to Dink, were several snake women with lots of hands, but Lancelot noticed a lava lake behind the chaotic and dense barracks, empty for 100 feet around, conspicuously noticeable, which reminded him of a particularly terrifying high-level demon recorded by the elves. No one knew what happened inside the castle, but Tajana occasionally held banquets there. The guests would discover lavish food and fiery succubus maids, everyone would leave fulfilled, and always a few male guests mystically disappeared from the feast. Most of the missing would be found a few days later in some dark sewer, sapped of wool and claiming to have lost the past week, but at least they hadn't lost their lives. As for what actually happened, everyone politely kept to themselves, secretly hoping they would be the next to disappear. Lancelot also learned many things about demons from Dink, such as the fact that demons actually don't need to eat. They merely enjoy the sensation of eating, and making bystanders uncomfortable, such as a bystander's companion, while eating particular things. Demons also don't need sleep. If you find a demon deep in slumber, it's likely already aware of you, and waiting for you to be the fool who tries a sneak attack. The essence of demons are fallen mortal souls that have plunged into the Stygian river and have been washed ashore as worms in some corner of the abyss. Most of their memories as mortals have vanished, but the instincts are preserved, hence, none of the 7 deadly sins pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust are missing. These 7 desires are magnified countless times after becoming a demon, completely dominating their behavior, with only the fear of death to counterbalance it. They are always enthusiastic about invading the mortal realm because it is a place where they can indulge in their destructive desires, and even if they are killed by the heroes of the mortal realm, their true forms will be revived immediately in some corner of the abyss. Lancelot acutely realized how dangerous the portal he had shut down was. It was a very rare, semi-permanent giant portal that required a vast amount of resources to build. The biggest difficulty in constructing such a portal was that it was almost impossible to be that foolish, yet his world had done it not just once, but twice. The only explanation was that his world must be bobbing in some corner of the multiverse, with even the gods unaware of its existence. Otherwise, they would have inflicted divine punishment to destroy this world by now, just to concede no connection to this level of stupidity. Apart from those 7 desires inherited from mortals, the greatest craving for most demons is promotion, to ascend into a higher class demon. There are many ways to ascend, with the most common being slaying a demon of the same rank and absorbing their demonic energy to promote oneself. This process is long, bloody, and cruel, directly leading to the high-class demon's fondness for wantonly slaughtering low-level demons for fun. Of course, in the abyss, causation can often be interchanged. Another common method is for higher-class demons to directly promote lower ones at the cost of expending magic power, but this approach is generally used to create cannon fodder. Demons don't actually look forward to this type of promotion. Sometimes, the abyss itself directly blesses a demon, which wholly depends on the abyss's own chaotic and insane will. Dink had a multitude of memories where, at some place and time, a peculiar wind blew, or a bolt of lightning struck, or a surge of lava erupted, and a Quasimodo demon was instantly transformed into a higher class demon. This made Lancelot unable to resist the surge of another idea, and he signaled Dink to come over. "Master, what do you command? You've served well today, come with me." Lancelot found a deserted street corner and ordered Dink. "Kneel down, I'm going to bestow a reward upon you." On hearing the word reward, an overwhelming fear welled up in Dink's heart, which Lancelot felt clearly. In the context of the abyss, this was not a good word at all. Owing to the demon's cruel sense of humor, a reward usually preceded phrases like eternal slumber or endless agony. The skin color of the Quasimodo demon directly reflected its psychological changes. It turned ashen gray, like cinders. But still, it knelt down, unable to resist because of the red orb Lancelot held in his hand. "No, master. What did Dink do wrong? Dink has treasures, more treasures to offer the master." "What nonsense are you thinking? Kneel properly." Lancelot placed his hand on Dink's head. Chapter 20. Lancelot had just placed his hand on Dink's head with nothing happening initially, but as he began to mobilize the true chi within his body, a list seemingly appeared before his eyes, detailing the energy needed for various demonic transformations. The sensation was quite vague, possibly due to his not very high realm. He cautiously injected about 1/10 of his true chi. This amount was not enough for Dink to transform into a higher level demon, but it should enable a comprehensive enhancement of its current form. As the true chi surged from his dantian, the diminutive demon let out a muffled grunt, as if it had been struck on the head. Its body began to change dramatically. Muscles swelled fiercely, skin tore into pieces, its skeleton instantly grew larger, piercing through the skin, but was quickly covered by new flesh. The demon horns on its head gradually grew thicker and larger, forcing the skull to crack open, revealing the boiling brain inside. As the body's transformation neared completion, only then did Dink scream out, the entire process taking less than a minute. It lay on the ground, gasping heavily, then slowly stood up, incredulously sizing up its new body, a euphoric emotion permeating its heart, the color of its entire skin rapidly changing from newborn pink to lush green. With the completion of the advancement, through the mysterious bond between them, Lancelot felt that he too had received some form of enhancement. His resistance to magic seemed to have improved. "Thank you, Dinky, my great master. Dink will forever and ever serve you." Lancelot took a step back, feeling his boots being nearly corroded by Dink's kisses. It appeared his conjecture was correct. The true chi formed from cultivation came directly from the abyssal plane's natural spiritual energy. Since high-level demons could consume magic power to advance low-level demons, his true chi certainly should too, and the effect would only be better. "Go now, when I need you, you will hear my call." "As you command, my lord." The figure of the newly born demon gradually became transparent, eventually disappearing into the air, the sound of its hooves gradually fading away. Lancelot sensed briefly and discovered that Dink's small brain was racing, plotting how to retaliate against a few Quasimodo demon peers who had once bullied it. It seemed that its intelligence had also improved a bit, at least it wasn't foolish enough to seek revenge on some big toad. As Dink departed, that mysterious enhancement effect disappeared too. It seems it only worked when they were within a certain distance. He returned to the small square with Tajana's statue, where he and Bruto had agreed to meet. Lancelot found a secluded corner and waited quietly, meanwhile observing the passers-by. The most numerous were human adventurers dressed similarly to him. After the initial surprise, Lancelot's interactions with them were not pleasant. Either they were demon worshippers or arrogant adventurers. He was not like them and found it hard to engage in conversation. Next were wizards whose faces were hidden under hoods. Most were bustling through the streets surrounded by several demon attendants, rushing and disappearing into some dark corner of the market area. Planar travel was not difficult for them, and throwing a few people down was easy, but taking people back to the upper planes was different, beyond the capabilities of a common wizard. There were also many visiting demons, their forms a revelation to Lancelot, and most were not recorded in the elves' archives. They could be serving under a demon lord or independent mercenaries seeking opportunities to ascend to higher demon levels. One particularly memorable demon had the body of a man and the head of a goat and held a great sword disproportionate to its size. It quickly noticed Lancelot's gaze. It nodded to Lancelot with a politeness uncharacteristic of demons, then walked away. "Interesting fellow," Bruto's voice came from behind. Lancelot turned around and noticed his dwarf companion. "How's it going? Did you enjoy chatting with your former colleagues?" "Not so good. Actually, it was downright terrible," Bruto said with a gloomy expression. "You really should have heard how they were talking about Tajana, it would have broadened your vocabulary." "Were they enslaved by the succubus?" "No, but it's hardly any better. They truly have the freedom Tajana mentioned, but that's about all they have. Tajana's terms are simple: the craftsmen finish the amount of work she assigns each week, and she ensures they won't become a demon's dessert. Those who fail to complete their tasks get kicked out of the city. She ignores everything else. Let me guess, the amount she asks for is so high that they can only sleep for 4 hours a night. For demons, who don't need rest, the concept of sleep is hard to understand." "That does sound incredibly harsh." Lancelot sighed. "But I guess your dad still plans to stay." How did you know?" "Because there aren't any better options." "Yeah, there are no better options." Bruto found a rock and sat down. "I talked to my dad about it." "What did you tell him?" "About your plan to change careers." "Yeah. He always wanted me to inherit his skills and reputation, so he was always extra strict with me. I prepared a whole lot of excuses, but he just stayed silent for a long while, then agreed." Bruto hung his head, looking quite disheartened. "Staying here means barely surviving with no hope. Being an adventurer is filled with dangers, and being one in this world is downright terrible, but at least there's hope to leave. Come on, it's not that bad when you have me. We'll definitely make it back to where we came from." Lancelot tried to lighten the mood. I'm good buddies with the Emperor over there, I'll make you a royal blacksmith, and you'll absolutely bring honor to your ancestors, I guarantee your dad would be pleased. Pfft, as if I cared. Bruto laughed too. What about that little guy named Dink? I let him go. But if needed, I can call on him anytime. Lancelot decided it was best not to reveal his unique abilities just yet. How about the thing you were helping me with? It's already been processed. Bruto handed Lancelot a small box. Had limited time, couldn't make anything too complex, but it's a classic design. Are you sure this thing works on demons too? Not sure, but it's better to have it than not. Lancelot opened the small box and took a quick peek. Though I don't know much about this, I can tell the craftsmanship is really exquisite, thanks a lot. Mostly, it's because the stuff we got from that sandworm's stomach is all top grade. You should have seen those guys' reactions, they nearly wanted to go back to the shattered mountain range right away and strip every sandworm there. Bruto displayed a silly grin, making one doubt whether he had exaggerated his role in the battle with the sandworm. Are you sure you want to give it away as just a meeting gift? In our world, this thing could trade for a castle. There's plenty of good stuff in the abyss, and by the time we find a way back, you'll definitely struggle deciding which treasures to throw away. Lancelot looked disdainful. No matter how precious, it's of no use to us now, and besides, they might not even fancy it. Chapter 21. Lancelot was not entirely confident about this gift either. Earlier at the bridgehead, he had confirmed that the succubus lord was not wearing any jewelry. In the coming period, this will be our base of operations, and it's essential to be on good terms with the Lord, considering your old man is working for her, isn't he? That's logical enough. But your actions still don't match my impression of humans. Bruto stroked his chin. Are you sure you haven't been charmed or hit with some sort of suggestive technique? Do you need me to hit you with a shield? No offense, just to be safe. No, thank you. A person under the influence of these spells could come up with so many reasons. They can, but they can only convince themselves with strange logic, unlikely to articulate it completely to others as you do. Well then, that settles it. Lancelot put away the small box but suddenly became hesitant again. I've changed my mind, hit me after all. Kneel down. All right. Clang, a loud crash. Any new thoughts? Yes, lots of regrets. As expected, you were charmed. No, I deeply regret cooperating with you. Was my strike too light? Do you want another one? Can you pull me out of this hole first? Sorry about that. As you've seen, this is Riverheart Island, the soil is quite loose. That was quite a heavy hit just now, enough to break most controlling spells. Lancelot climbed out of the hole, rubbing his head. Let's get going and see what tasks our hostess has in store for us. Lancelot and Bruto waited for almost 2 hours before they were finally summoned by Tajana. It was a typical fortress-style castle, likely designed by human or dwarf craftsmen, or possibly magically copied from a template in the mortal realm. After entering the main gate, the first area was a waiting zone for servants to dine and stand by, which also served as the first line of defense inside the castle during wartime, as the narrow passage could only accommodate 2 people side by side. Meanwhile, guards could be positioned along the second-floor corridor for ranged attacks, cross-firing at invading enemies from various angles. At the end of the waiting zone were 2 returning staircases, and after stepping onto the steps and passing through 2 reinforced doors, Lancelot and Bruto entered the main hall used for audiences with the Lord and hosting banquets. The main hall of the castle was spacious and splendid, fit to host banquets for hundreds of people. Long tables were set up in the hall for banquets, plush carpets covered the floor, and lifelike gargoyle statues served as candle holders on the walls. Thin gauze hung on the corridors of the second floor, obscuring the view inside. This was a succubus's castle, with a large number of succubi moving about as both servants and guards. Tajana was leaning against the throne at the high podium, with several succubus maids standing behind her. Lancelot had heard many stories about women who brought disaster to their countries, and the succubus lord before him was the embodiment of such tales, brazenly displaying her demon horns and bat wings. Lancelot carefully performed a knight's salute, and Bruto mimicked the gesture. "Honorable lady, we request your permission to become residents of this town and to receive your protection." Interesting, Tajana didn't rush to answer but instead turned her head to look at the dwarf. "It seems you are different from your father, not intending to spend your life comfortably beside the iron anvil and forge. Dwarves can get hot-headed too," Bruto said lightly, "and right now, you have one standing in front of you. We are an adventure team." Lancelot took over, reaching for the box. "Furthermore, we have prepared a gift for you." "Oh? A gift?" A gust of wind blew past, and Lancelot's eyes narrowed, for he saw Tajana raise her whip and swing it towards him. He suppressed his body's reflex, as the target of the whip was not him. The shadow of the whip flashed past his hand, and the small box appeared in the succubus lord's hand. First, Tajana cast several detect magic spells on the box with suspicion, then, after confirming it was not a trap, she cautiously opened it. All eyes curiously turned towards us. The entire hall seemed to flicker for an instant as the succubi let out murmurings of admiration, their gazes turning fervent. Lying within was a diamond necklace. The size of the main diamond was close to that of a mortal's pupil, weighing at least 10 carats. The setting and the chain were crafted from mithril, sparkling under the candle light. These were the spoils of war Lancelot had obtained from slaying the Sandworm Lord. Although the diamond was exceptionally beautiful, it did not contain nature's spiritual energy, so he felt no pain in parting with it. Tajana delicately picked up the necklace, and instantly, everyone in the hall was dazzled. Seeing the familiar expression on all the succubi's faces, Lancelot knew his gift had achieved the desired effect. "I hope you enjoy this gift," he reminded, snapping the indulged succubus lord back to reality. "This is the first time someone has given me a gift in the literal sense," Tajana giggled, her smile bringing a touch of spring to the hall. "Only a lady as beautiful as yourself is worthy of this necklace," Lancelot asserted, while Bruto watched him askance. "Very well, as a token of gratitude." The succubus lord stood up and gracefully walked towards Lancelot. "I will allow you to kiss my hand." With her wings subtly folded behind, she bashfully extended a jade arm, as if inviting him, while the revealing leather she wore emanated a primal allure, making one want to pull her into an embrace without a second thought. Lancelot rolled his eyes inwardly, this woman's acting was a bit over the top. He removed his steel gauntlet from his right hand, tucking it under his arm, and then cautiously cradled the succubus's palm, pursing his lips to lightly brush the back of her hand. The fingers were rather firm, certainly capable of piercing his throat with not much difficulty. The palm, however, was incredibly soft. "I'm not one of those disgusting toads, and I don't have poison glands in my skin," Tajana commented, apparently surprised by Lancelot's restraint. She was well aware of the actions males might take under her charm and had rich experience in dealing with them. She returned to her throne, resuming her lazy posture, and began. "To become a resident of Twin Bridges town, you must prove you can be of use to me. Dwarves make excellent craftsmen, so their value is beyond question. If you wish to stay as mercenaries, you must show you're at least capable of completing low-level tasks. Please give your orders." "It's simple, just accompany me for one night," she stated. Lancelot began to cough dramatically. Bruto silently stepped back several paces during their exchange. Tajana had said you not you all, right? So this had nothing to do with him whatsoever. Cough, cough, "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "Hee, I'm just joking." Seeing that look of panic on you, Tajana played with her hair idly. "That stench called kindness emanates from you. I can smell it from this distance. I apologize, please don't put me in a difficult position." Upon hearing this, the succubus lord's face darkened. What do you mean? How is that putting you in a difficult position? Oops! Sweat instantly broke out on Lancelot's forehead. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to speak candidly. I believe that in this dangerous world, any sexual conduct is extremely crazy and perilous, even if the proposition comes from someone as charming as a succubus, Tajana interjected. Lady, Lancelot corrected. That's quite right, your thinking is indeed very accurate, Tajana suddenly flashed an ambiguous smile. Gentlemen, let's end this topic here. I just so happen to have a little matter that needs handling, consider it a test for you. The task involves rescuing helpless maidens from the hands of demons, which should suit the tastes of you altruists just fine. Chapter 22. Twin Bridges town has always been like a lighthouse on the bank of the Stygian River, attracting those runaway slaves, mortals who've strayed here, and ambitious adventurers. It's one of the few places willing to shelter them, and the price is very reasonable. Recently, I've been receiving numerous complaints. Near the Screaming Woods upstream, a Bagula named Kuka has been abducting passers-by with reckless abandon. I can't possibly take out every guy on the menu who belongs to the mortal races, but it keeps attacking travelers headed for Twin Bridges town, and there's no doubt that this is an affront to me. Just 8 hours ago, I sent a maid to warn it, but she hasn't returned yet. Clearly, that buffoon has done something to her. Your mission is to bring poor Grace back to me and give Kuka whatever punishment you can administer. The succubus lord produced a scroll, and with a mysterious fluctuation, it seemed as if shadows were diving into it. This is the mission scroll, it has the target location and detailed information about Bagula demons. Tajana tossed the scroll to Lancelot. There's also Grace's portrait inside. She has quite the pretty curled horns, so don't you go doing anything weird with it. Lancelot carefully opened the scroll and glanced over it, confirming there was nothing wrong with it. Are you really that curious? Tajana mocked. Grace might be suffering unspeakable torment right now. If you want to see her, you better set off quickly. I hope she's unharmed, Lancelot said as he bowed with Bruto. We will take our leave now. Tajana waved her hand, indicating they were free to go. Wait a moment. Just as Lancelot was about to step out of the hall, Tajana called out to her again. Lancelot turned around and caught the object that Tajana threw at him. He looked down to find he was holding an emblem engraved with the Twin Bridges town emblem, emitting a strong evil aura as if it had just been blessed with magic. The scent of goodwill on you creatures, it's simply too strong. In this world, even a stone on the ground would wish to come alive and attack you, Tajana explained. Carry this trinket with you, it'll conceal the presence of any good creatures within a radius of 5 meters. It's effective for 3 days. Thank you, Lancelot expressed his gratitude for the succubus lord's kindness, managing to hide his surprise quite well, unlike Bruto, whose eyes were almost bulging out. Also, if Grace is all right, don't bother with that fool Kuka. Just bring her back as soon as possible. Understood, said Lancelot, waiting on the spot to see if there were any more instructions. All right, now get out. The succubus lord suddenly seemed to lose her patience, turning her head away from him. Lancelot bowed again, then turned and left with Bruto. After leaving the castle, the pair first made their way to the blacksmith district to bid farewell to Bruto's father. The old dwarf had already agreed to let Bruto go on an adventure, but he was still very worried. He hugged his son for a long time, repeatedly reminding Bruto to be cautious, and handed him a newly crafted warhammer. This hastily finished ram's horn warhammer didn't look particularly impressive, but its luxury of using powerful steel as the main material made it much heavier than it appeared. The handle of the hammer was inscribed with mysterious dwarf runes in mithril, and the head was inlaid with a mountain crystal. This endowed the hammer with magical effects. Whoever held it gained a boost in strength, and there was a chance when swinging it to unleash the mountain crystal's energy, delivering a devastating blow to the enemy. The shield that Lancelot gave to Bruto had also been enhanced, its face hardened, while the back was likewise engraved with power-boosting dwarf runes in mithril and inlaid with mountain crystals. All these precious materials were generously sponsored by Lancelot himself. His thinking was straightforward. He wanted to elevate Bruto's survival capabilities as much as possible. Only by surviving could one gradually become stronger, and as for splitting enemies in half, having him around was enough for now. After parting with Berend, Lancelot summoned his demonic steed again. It sniffed Lancelot back and forth, seemingly very puzzled by the change in its master's scent, but still obediently let the two of them mount its back. Lancelot controlled the mount to trot along the Stygian river, while telepathically signaling Dink to keep up. Quasimodo demons possess the ability to transform, allowing them to take the form of small animals to follow their masters. Bruto, seated with his back to Lancelot, was studying the mission scroll that Tajana had handed to them. Kuka, elite level Baal, law demons. Bagula demons. Lancelot corrected. Ah, abyssal language makes my head spin reading it, this script is mostly cursed anyway. Bruto said helplessly. Having spent over a year here, he had learned to speak the language of the abyss, but reading its script was still very difficult. The language of the abyss, resembling hieroglyphics, is derived from the various insane natural phenomena of the abyss and is mentally unbearable to read. You read it, I'll take a look at the picture. This gorilla-like demon is Kuka, right? Correct. Kuka, an elite Bagula demon, nearly 10 feet tall, estimated to weigh around 1,000 pounds, wow! That's a big one. Apart from that mouth full of fangs, it's basically an enlarged gorilla. What is this long passage on the side about? Mostly about its behavioral patterns and combat style. Lancelot had a photographic memory, another benefit of becoming a spiritual cultivator. He recited the content from the scroll. Bagula demons, when in trees, possess incredible agility, skilled in climbing, jumping, and ambushing. They have natural invisibility and can also see through an enemy's invisibility spell. Their main weapons are their incredibly powerful fists, and if the opportunity arises, they can also bite your head off from your neck with their mouth. They like to hide in the dark and launch ambushes, using their terrifying leaping ability to jump on your head before you can react and deliver a rapid succession of devastating blows. They have a supernatural ability called kidnapping, which can forcibly transport one large or two small creatures over a short distance, difficult for normal beings to resist. This ability allows them to remove an injured target from its teammates to be dealt with one-on-one. It will also use this ability to capture innocent travelers as snacks for its amusement. Sounds like it would likely use that ability on me. Bruto was somewhat anxious. It shouldn't, as long as you are fully defending, it won't be able to do much to you in the short term, and since the transportation distance isn't far, I can quickly come to support you. Bagula demons aren't stupid, they can only use that ability once a day. If I preserve some strength from the start, it's very likely to assume that I am the easier target. Good plan. Anything else? It mentions it appeared in Screaming Woods about half a year ago, initially only attacking those who entered its territory, but later began leaving its region regularly to attack passing travelers. Lancelot frowned as he remarked, I feel there's something off about this. What part seems off? Based on the description, this Kuka sounds like a model demon of the abyssal plane. The issue is the pattern. Within 100 miles, you'd only find a speck of order from Tajana, and I can't see any reason why a wild demon would behave in any orderly manner. Demons don't need to feed, abduction and torture are merely out of a cruel nature, they relish in the screams of living beings being torn apart and don't have a need to replenish their food stores regularly. Who cares, we just have to find this succubus Grayus, and then use my new hammer to give a few knocks on that stupid gorilla's head, and the mission is done. Let's hope so, Lancelot mused as he looked at the Twin Bridges town emblem in his hand. A bat was following them from a distance, that was Dink. Chapter 23. Thanks to Tajana's adept diplomatic skills, there were no other significant powers near Twin Bridges town. On the way to the Screaming Woods, they didn't encounter any obstacles, except for a group of entwined coward devils. These timid and foolish low-level demons feared any creature stronger than themselves and scattered at the first sound of Lancelot's horse hooves. But the journey was definitely far from pleasant. The sun overhead blazed like a furnace, scorching the earth, making the entire sky seem aflame, and the ground temperatures were unbearably hot. The occasional gusts of wind could bring a slight coolness, but they offered limited relief for Lancelot and Bruto, clad in full suits of armor. Fortunately, the Screaming Woods were not far off. After riding along the Stygian River for about an hour, they could see the distinctive, spear-like tree crowns of the Screaming Woods. Here grew the abyss's unique fang-like fir trees. These trees could reach up to 80 feet tall but had neither branches nor leaves, just a bare, iron-hard trunk, shooting straight out from the ground like the quills on a porcupine, standing solitary in the desolate land. Lancelot suddenly pulled on the reins, and Bruto, due to the abrupt stop, bumped into his back. He twisted his head around in surprise and swept a gaze forward but didn't find anything unusual. "What's wrong?" Lancelot nodded towards the front. "Look there." There was a dark shadow in the sky, gradually growing larger. Bruto shaded his eyes with his hand and squinted in that direction. After a while, the outline of the shadow finally became clear, and Bruto could see what it was. "Your eyesight is really good," the dwarf said enviously, then yelled at the top of his lungs, "Hey! Over there, succubus! Are you Grace?" The succubus in the sky paused momentarily, then flew towards them. "Who are you? Why are you here?" This succubus kept her distance, remaining wary. Lancelot scrutinized her, confirming that she was indeed the rescue target described in the mission scroll. Though known for their boldly revealing attire, the succubus before them was disheveled by any standard. Her exposed skin bore many bruises and purples, seemingly after enduring a terrible ordeal. Lancelot fisted his hand and placed it over his chest, performing a knight's salute as he introduced himself. "I am Lancelot, and this is Bruto. We are mercenaries from Twin Bridges town. Tajana believed you were kidnapped by a Bagula demon named Kuka and sent us to search for you." "Has it been so long already?" Grace blurted out, noticing Lancelot's questioning look. She explained, "I mean, thank Tajana for sending you to rescue me. My mission today was to warn that gorilla to behave or beware of Tajana's wrath. Little did I know that I'd be captured by that simian demon." "Hold on, can't you fly? Is its jumping ability that strong?" Lancelot caught on to important information and interrupted. "We need to re-evaluate its combat strength." "No, it was my negligence. I didn't expect it to be so bold. I flew a little too close and it directly captured me with its kidnapping ability." "And then?" Lancelot prompted further. Grace's cheeks flushed, her large eyes slowly filled with moisture, and she said in a tearful voice, It did things to me, it's too strong. I couldn't break free." Crystalline tears slid down that beautiful face as Grace, covering her face, wept and said, "Even as a succubus, I dislike being forced to do that thing. That gorilla, he seemed to have limitless stamina. I eventually passed out." "And then? How did you escape?" "Lancelot, please, let's not ask any more." Bruto interjected softly. "Thank you." Wiping her tears, Grace gave the dwarf a faint smile. "I don't know how much longer I was tormented after I fainted, but when I awoke, that gorilla was sound asleep beside me. It seems like he passed out in the middle of it." "So you took the chance to slip away?" Grace revealed a bitter smile. "Yes. A succubus isn't harmed by such activities, except in pride." "I understand," Lancelot nodded. "I'm glad you've escaped its clutches. Please allow us to escort you back to Twin Bridges town." "Oh, that would be wonderful." Grace seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Whenever I close my eyes, I see those people locked in cages. If I hadn't escaped, I might have lost my freedom forever like them, getting eaten at any time. That would be worse than death." She turned to Lancelot with a sweet smile. You are a knight, right? I've heard knights protect helpless ladies, and I've always hoped a knight would protect me. I am indeed a knight, and assisting the weak is my duty. Lancelot turned to look at the screaming woods. But I am sorry, my lady, I'm afraid I must retract my offer to escort you. There are others who need my help even more right now. At those words, Grace's face showed surprise. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. You mentioned there are prisoners held captive in the lair of the Bagula demon, Lancelot pointed out. At least 9 hours ago, they were still alive. But I've just been through that ordeal, and I'm really scared. Please don't leave me alone, Grace pleaded, her tear-stained beautiful face making it difficult to refuse. Once that gorilla realizes I've escaped, he will surely take out his full rage on those prisoners. By now, most of them are probably eaten. Let's head back quickly. I really don't want to see that creature again. It will pay for its actions, Lancelot assured her. But we have just come from Twin Bridges town, and the road is very safe. Human lives are at stake, we must check if the prisoners are still alive. Going there a second earlier could save an innocent life. Grace opened her mouth as if unable to believe Lancelot's decision, but then she adopted a serious expression and earnestly said, I'm sorry, I was being selfish, only thinking of myself. Let me go with you, I want to see that gorilla punished with my own eyes. I know the location of its lair and can guide you, but I'm not good at fighting. Please make sure to protect me, I beg of you. Rest assured, your safety is directly linked to the success of our mission. I won't let Cucka lay a finger on you, Lancelot considered for a moment, then said, you will fly above us later, staying at a height it can't reach. You can observe from above and guide us. Leave the fighting to us. Good, after such an intense exercise, it might be very weak now. Grace showed a sly smile, then murmured in a low voice, if it were immortal, it would be dried up by now. These low-level creatures are really annoying, not providing me with essence, really. Grace abruptly stopped talking, her face flushed with embarrassment, but she then sneakily glanced at Lancelot again. Please lead the way, Lancelot said, pretending to have heard nothing, with an impassive expression. Chapter 24. In the screaming woods, Lancelot and Bruto had dismounted their steeds, gripping their weapons and shields tightly, cautiously guarding against a lethal ambush from the Bagula demons. The fang-toothed trees had no branches or leaves, although tall above the ground, they were actually degenerate, relying on a vast underground root system to sustain their life. This allowed for a considerable distance between each fang-toothed tree, enough for a 10-foot-tall gorilla to move and strike freely. The wind slicing through the woods shattered into piercing howls as it clashed with the sharp trunks, as if the souls of the damned lingered there. Bruto, shield in hand, walked ahead of the two. The large trunks easily obscured visibility from the ground, and the massive apes could hide in the shadow of the treetops, ready to strike from above at any moment. The dwarf had to frequently look up to check his surroundings, a situation he found quite uncomfortable. Although Grace was flying high above, the Bagula demon's ability to become invisible made it difficult for her to issue timely warnings. Bruto suddenly stopped and pointed ahead, panic-stricken. By Muradin's beard! What in the world is that? On an unusually thick trunk ahead of him hung a horrifying totem. It was likely made from a coward devil, its legs brutally broken at the knees, with the shin bones piercing through the eye sockets, pinning the corpse to the trunk. It wasn't hard to imagine that the primary material was likely still alive at the start of its making. Flesh from the abyss degraded rapidly, using a body that had already perished would hardly keep the entire skeleton intact on the trunk. With its legs cut in half, the skeleton resembled a gorilla. It was a typical Bagula totem, whose true significance was unknown to outsiders, but everyone knew what it represented. You had entered Bagula territory, and you should prepare to become such a totem. Bruto, hands on his hips, mustered the courage to stare directly at the terrifying totem. Once he saw it clearly, there was nothing to fear, the totem was merely a declaration of its creator's cruelty, a reminder Bruto knew all too well. Lancelot, on the other hand, had a thought. He noticed a blood-red little plant below the totem, emitting faint waves of spiritual energy. He knelt down, dug up the little plant along with the surrounding soil, then carefully brushed off the dirt clinging to its roots, and tucked it into a small bag filled with mountain crystals. Various knowledge about spiritual cultivation was recorded on the bamboo slips left in his mental world by Han Tianxin. Lancelot, regardless of his understanding, would read them in his mind when idle, and thus, he learned how to identify usable herbs. Shadow spirit grass, commonly found beneath the suspended bodies of the tragically died, nourished by the deceased's resentment and fresh blood, with red leaves and black stems, extremely yin in nature, often used to neutralize other overly yang medicinal materials. The method to ascertain its medicinal properties is. This was the record regarding shadow spirit grass on the bamboo slips, and the plant before him matched the description well. He didn't have a jade box to prevent the loss of spiritual energy, but the slips said surrounding it with spirit stones could work the same, so, he stored the plant with the mountain crystals, planning to study it further upon his return. You know how to identify herbs too? Bruto asked, surprised. A little bit, Lancelot replied. The dwarf rolled his eyes, convinced that the guy was just pretending. That skeleton isn't useful to you, right? Not at all, Lancelot shrugged. What are you thinking? Upon hearing this, Bruto directly raised his new hammer, thought for a moment, then switched to his shield and smashed it violently against the horrifying totem, shattering it into pieces. Doing this, he explained. Roar. The reply was a heavens-shaking roar. Bruto's face turned white in an instant. It seemed that the Bagula demon had discovered them long ago, using its invisibility to lurk in the shadows. Bruto's reckless action unexpectedly enraged it, forcing it to reveal itself. Kuka suddenly leaped down from the top of a thick fang-toothed tree, his fists, full of rage, violently smashed towards the two. Lancelot and Bruto, alert from the moment they heard its roar, jumped aside in time, dodging the deadly blow. I will grind you into pieces. The enraged ape demon roared, its ambush foiled, but it seemed to have entered into a berserk state. Dream on! Bruto responded, unyieldingly. Roar! Kuka hated this detestable dwarf to the bone. It was he who had completely ruined his meticulously crafted totem. No one had ever done that before. People always saw the Bagula totem as a territorial symbol, a warning to intruders. But in reality, each totem was a piece of art into which the Bagula demons poured great amounts of effort, a tool they used to display their taste to the outside world. Of course, for demons, taste generally pertained to the methods of slaughter and the novelty of torment. Although Bruto was tall for a dwarf, standing over 5 feet, his opponent was nearly twice his height. The massive fists pounded down like air hammers. If one hit him squarely, it would likely drive him straight into the ground. Bruto completely gave up on counterattacking and used his best rolling technique. He moved across the ground like a dung beetle, making it very difficult for Kuka to land a hit. Lancelot had already charged in with his sword. He carefully made a stabbing attack, maintaining as much distance as possible while attacking since he lacked Bruto's size that provided dodging bonuses. The blade deeply penetrated the raised behind of the ape demon, causing Kuka to scream in pain. It whirled around with a swinging punch, but hit nothing. Lancelot had immediately leapt back after delivering the stab. The blade had gone nearly a foot deep, blood reddening the area around the wound, but any injury to the buttocks was hardly fatal, something Lancelot was well aware of. Ha ha, you stupid ape, why is your butt as red as a monkey's? Bruto teased shamelessly. Seeing Lancelot's successful strike and Kuka turning its back again, he wanted to try out his new hammer too. Bruto, watch out! Lancelot urgently shouted, but it was too late. The ape demon spun around with alarming speed and threw a punch. Bruto couldn't dodge in time and could only barely lift his shield to block. Boom! A loud sound, the Bagula demon landed a direct hit on its target for the first time that day. Bruto flew backward like a ball kicked with great force, smashing hard against a tree and spitting out blood from his mouth. Seeing the attack effective, the ape demon immediately lunged at Bruto, its body beginning to emit magical fluctuations. Lancelot, sensing trouble, drew a dark green short sword from his waist. He had asked Baron to make it from the beak of that demon overseer when they encountered the dwarves. The true chi surged out of his dantian, he executed the gathering chi slash technique, fiercely hurling the short sword at Kuka. The kiss of deadly poison shot out like a green bolt of lightning, easily entering the ape demon's back. Unfortunately, it didn't hit the heart for a fatal blow, nor did it stop the Bagula demon's supernatural ability from taking effect. A flash of white light, and both Kuka and Bruto disappeared from the spot. Lancelot immediately concentrated his spiritual energy in his ears and soon heard the sound of two heavy objects landing not far away. "I see them, they're over there." Just then, Grace landed on the ground from the air, pointing in the direction of the sounds. Lancelot didn't look back as he dashed towards that direction, astonishingly fast, with the succubus straining to keep up. "Hang in there, little dwarf." Chapter 25. As soon as the teleportation ended, Bruto saw a pot lid-sized fist coming right at his face. "Fuck. Why me?" He raised his shield as fast as he could and took another solid punch, but this time, the mountain crystal on the shield emitted a burst of light. The shield became incredibly heavy the instant it was struck, absorbing most of the impact force, allowing Bruto to only stagger back a few steps before tripping over a rock and falling to the ground. This was an occasional effect triggered when mountain crystal embedded equipment was hit by a massive force, in the blink of an impact, converting its contained energy into extremely high mass. When embedded in a weapon, it would inflict tons of damage, literally, upon activation. When in a shield, it could render a potentially fatal blow harmless. Bruto had no time to feel relieved, as he quickly rolled to the side to avoid the imminent follow-up attack. However, the anticipated fist didn't materialize. As the dwarf got up with the help of his roll, there was no sign of the Bagula demon in his line of sight. What? It ran away. Could it be that it sprained its hand with that last hit? Haha. Bruto mumbled to himself, holding up his shield and hammer, anxiously scanning his surroundings, fearing another ambush from the enemy. Only then did he notice a large pool of blood where Kuka had stood, and it seemed a weapon was discarded there. He cautiously approached and realized it was his father's creation, Lancelot's kiss of deadly poison. This less than a foot-long sword was now slanted in the soil, with all but the top 2 inches of the blade drenched in bright red blood. Clearly, the weapon had plunged deep into some part of Kuka's body, causing severe injury. After knocking Bruto away, the ape demon did not pursue but instead ran off. What kind of monstrous burst strength does Lancelot have? Bruto murmured softly to himself. Lancelot really had quite a few secrets up his sleeve. Bruto still hadn't forgotten the Lord of Sandworm's gutted and dismembered corpse from last time. It seems this guy's trump card is these sudden outbursts, catching the unprepared enemy completely off guard. Footsteps approached rapidly, his knight teammate and the succubus rushed over. "I scared that guy off," Bruto said with his hands on his hips. "Since when is bragging one of your dwarf's traits?" Lancelot replied with a smile, stepping forward to pick up his short sword. "After it hit me, it ran off." "I misspoke just now," Bruto shrugged his shoulders, "it's too agile, I couldn't hold it down." Lancelot cast a skeptical glance at Bruto's clean new hammer and decided not to pursue the topic any further. "While it's heavily injured, we should hurry and catch up to it," suggested Grace. Do you know where its lair is?" "I could find it with my eyes closed," the succubus licked her lips eagerly, "I can't wait to see this dumb ape die." "Then let's get going." Guided by Grace, the 3 of them quickly set off deeper into the forest. The trees around them grew thicker and the ground became more rugged and uneven, making it quite a struggle for the 2 males who couldn't fly. Finally, the Bagula demon's lair came into their view. It was a cleared spot where several large saber-toothed fir trees were broken in half by frightening strength. The Bagula demon constructed a huge canopy out of tree trunks which was filled with all sorts of items plundered from the outside world, obscuring the view inside. As soon as Bruto saw this, he rushed towards it, only to be quickly restrained by Lancelot. "Don't be hasty, something isn't right." Bruto paused, then also realized. There were no bloodstains around the shack, so Cucca probably wasn't inside. Just as the two hesitated for a moment, the ground beneath their feet began to writhe. Weeds and vines surged up from underground, entwining their legs and arms as if they had come to life. This is another innate casting ability of the Bagula demon, the entanglement technique. But casting it requires concentration, which means. Lancelot suddenly looked up, a dark shadow was rapidly growing larger. The true chi in his dantian surged into the meridians throughout his body, and Lancelot burst out with tremendous strength, jumping away from the spot with Bruto in the nick of time. With a loud boom, the Bagula demon above missed its strike. Lancelot focused and saw that this one was not Cucca, but another Bagula demon, visibly smaller than Cucca. "Sneaky goblin bastard!" Bruto roared angrily as he pounced forward. The young dwarf had been taking hits all day, thoroughly frustrated, and this new arrival seemed a bit weaker, providing a suitable outlet for his rage. The large and small figures quickly became entangled in a brawl. Despite how fiercely Bruto roared, he didn't take hits head-on when attacked, instead cleverly rolling around on the ground, utilizing his size advantage, and only using his shield to block a punch when there was no other choice. He finally got to use his new hammer after narrowly dodging a heavy blow from the ape demon, smashing down hard on its fist that was too slow to retract. The clear sound of bones shattering could be heard as the ape demon let out a scream of pain. This time Bruto had learned his lesson. Like Lancelot, after landing a successful strike, he quickly retreated, keeping a safe distance, but his mouth kept taunting. "Stupid gorilla, sorry about killing your big wife, why don't you spend more time pampering your little wife next, ha ha ha." Lancelot did not join the fray but remained on full alert, watching his surroundings. The entanglement technique just now must have been cast by Cucca, who was certainly hiding somewhere, waiting to deal Lancelot a fatal blow. "Ah!" Behind him, the succubus screamed, but Lancelot did not turn his head and instead looked sharply upwards. The huge figure of Cucca was descending rapidly. The ape demon's fists were raised high, ready to smash the detested human below to a pulp. Had Lancelot been distracted by her cry just now, it would have been too late to dodge. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in Lancelot's ear. "Watch out behind you!" Behind him, Succubus Grayus extended her claws that glinted with cold light, but her target was not Cucca, it was Lancelot. If Lancelot had jumped back as he had previously, he might have landed right into Grayus's sneak attack, which could have left him seriously injured or even dead. But as if he had anticipated this, he had already crouched down before the voice even warned him, rolling forward. At the same time, the emblem of Twin Bridges town fell beside him, its surface splintering inch by inch, emitting a dazzling white light. Grayus looked on in horror as a whip shadow flew out from the white light, binding her tightly in an instant. "It's you! How is this possible?" The answer came in the form of a slap from the Lord of Twin Bridges town, her sharp claws tearing Grayus's delicate cheek to a bloody mess. "How dare you betray me?" Anger was written all over Tajana's face, but then, a loud thud of a heavy object falling to the ground behind her made her expression change, and she quickly turned her head to look. Cucca's massive body lay in an odd position on the ground, limbs touching the floor, back arched as if sheltering something underneath. Tajana then noticed something new on its back. It was a section of a sword blade, protruding like a bone spur from the Bagula demon's broad back, with fresh blood flowing down from the tip of the blade. Lancelot had seized the deadly flaw of his enemy. With a roll, his 7-foot greatsword stood erect like a flagpole, and Cucca, falling fast and unable to dodge, was impaled. The human knight, as if having bathed in blood, crawled out from under Kuka, kicked over the massive corpse of the ape demon, and pulled out his long sword. Turning to the familiar figure, he smiled and greeted Tajana. "Good day, my lady. I'm so pleased to see you again." Chapter 26. Come back, you bastard! We haven't settled the winner yet. Bruto's indignant roar came from the other end of the battlefield. The Bagula demon that Bruto was dueling was becoming increasingly ethereal. Its face was also full of anger, its left arm grotesquely twisted outward, clearly Bruto's handiwork. The young dwarf's condition wasn't good either. His face was battered and bruised, his armor smashed to pieces by the iron fists of the ape demon, and even the reinforced shield had a chunk missing, looking like a chipped plate. Bruto, still displeased, walked over to Lancelot, loudly complaining. "What's this about now? How can it just run off in the middle of a fight?" That was Kuka's summoned assistant. Once a summoner is killed, the entities they've summoned immediately return to their original location, Tajana explained, hands on hips. "If you're unsatisfied, our arena is always recruiting volunteers, and the rewards are very generous." Are you?" Tajana. Bruto only then noticed that the succubus before him was no longer Grace. He quickly bowed his head in greeting, "I mean, good day, madam." "That's Grace? What happened? Why is she tied up?" "She tried to stab your companion in the back," Tajana explained succinctly, then raised an eyebrow at Lancelot. "It seems you were prepared for this and have been waiting for her to slip. Care to explain why?" "There were too many suspicious things about her," Lancelot said, bending down to pick up the fragment of the Twin Bridges town emblem. "First off, does this emblem have any functions other than masking our presence?" Upon seeing the emblem, Grace cried out in horror, but Tajana promptly gagged her with her whip. "This emblem allows me to hear and see the affairs around it, and it has a positioning function that lets me teleport to its location in the form of summoning." "So you witnessed the entire process?" Lancelot nodded. "That makes it much easier to explain." "Is this concern for our safety?" Bruto eagerly interjected. "Ha ha ha ha, you are really adorable," Tajana laughed delicately. "No, I'm worried that Grace is in a very weak state and you foolish males might get ideas." "Ouch," Bruto grimaced. "That hurts a little, we are all gentlemen here." "A flaw that needs urgent correction," Tajana mocked mercilessly, then turned to Lancelot. "My knight, please continue. From the moment I saw her, I felt something was off, not like she was, well, more like a naughty child who played too long and missed dinner time. By the way, do succubi really get knocked out from that sort of thing? Maybe, do you want to find out for yourself?" No, I don't." "Where were we?" "The anomaly upon first meeting." "Right. And then there was her reaction when I said I wanted to rescue the captives." Lancelot turned to look at Grace. "I'm not sure, but it seemed like she was trying to use the charm ability on me then, trying to persuade me to give up the rescue to protect her back to Twin Bridges town." "She indeed used the charm ability then," Tajana said disdainfully, looking at her servant. "It was terribly clumsy, truly embarrassing. If I hadn't already been suspicious, I might have agreed," Lancelot observed. "But you've also brought yourself into greater danger. I warned you, if she was all right, you should have come back as soon as possible." "I appreciate that, but I think she let slip about there being surviving prisoners accidentally. This prisoner could likely testify to things extremely unfavorable to her, which is why she strongly opposed any rescue attempts, otherwise she wouldn't have tried to use charm to interfere with my decision-making." "That makes sense, but it doesn't explain your caution when you were chasing Kuka. She said she was kidnapped by Kuka using his abduction ability, which according to my information, a Bagula demon can only use once per day, meaning Kuka shouldn't have been able to use that ability again without sufficient rest." Lancelot pointed out the biggest contradiction, but based on Grace's description, Kuka and she were engaged in a prolonged, intense activity, which doesn't sound like enough rest, yet Cucca still used the kidnapping ability just now, trying to deal with Bruto first. That is indeed an obvious flaw. Well done, your mind is always very clear. But I still don't think you would have dodged Grace's final sneak attack based on this alone. You completely missed her attempts to distract you, and your body started moving even before I voiced my warning. I suppose I can't hide anything from you. Lancelot helplessly gestured toward a certain direction. Dink, come out and say hello to everyone. A ripple-like glow emerged from an apparently empty tree trunk, and the silhouette of a bat gradually became clear. It flapped its wings, flew over, and transformed back into its Quasimodo demon form. Lady Tajana, I am Dink, the magical pet of Master Lancelot. Tajana looked surprised. An elite Quasimodo demon, these little fellows can indeed be very useful if utilized properly. No wonder you seem to have eyes on the back of your head. It turns out you actually do have eyes watching your back. You flatter me. Lancelot humbly said, I am used to making thorough preparations beforehand. Demons should be thankful that mortals have such a habit for being overcautious. Tajana maintained her superior level of sarcasm as she pointed to Cucca's lair. Now go in and bring out all the prisoners for me. I want to hear what this little wretch doesn't want me to know. Lancelot and Bruto obediently crawled into Cucca's huge hut. Thanks to the former owner's size, the hut was very spacious, but the overpowering stench was almost suffocating. Inside, it was filled with various items, the wreckage of wagons, smashed boxes, barrel mounds, most of them empty, a few piles of gold coins, and a large hole dug in the ground. Bruto just glanced at it and then started retching violently on the side. The pit was filled with half-eaten limbs and mutilated bodies. Lancelot silently stared at the pit, reminding himself repeatedly of where he was. Stop looking, it's no good for you, no matter how much you look, you'll never get used to a scene like this. A hoarse voice rang out behind him. Lancelot turned towards the sound and saw that there was a cage, like the ones used for transporting prisoners, and it held 4 or 5 humans, one of whom, a tall, thin man, was leaning on the bars waving at him. I heard some wonderful noises. Has that Bagula demon been killed? I avenged those in the pit. Lancelot turned back and patted the still retching dwarf. Bruto, we need your hammer. What? Lancelot pointed at the newly discovered prisoners. Bruto staggered up, walked unsteadily to the cage, and looked up at the approaching inmates, managing to spit out 2 words. Back off. Chapter 27. With a loud bang, the prisoners staggered out of the cage, supporting each other. Congratulations on leaving that tiny cell and coming to a slightly larger one, Lancelot said with a bitter smile. Thank you, sir, the tall and thin man said gratefully, at least we don't have to worry about the fate of becoming food anymore. Actually, that risk hasn't decreased by much. How long have you been locked up here? I just got here 3 days ago. About 2 weeks, I guess. Me too. I don't remember, at least a month I think. I remember, I've been counting the days, you've been here for 2 months. I know you have a lot of questions, but a lady is waiting for you, she has some questions that need answering. Please follow me. Lancelot nodded, signaling everyone to follow him out. The prisoners walked out of Cucca's lair timidly, but the moment they saw Tajana, a look of fear appeared on everyone's face. A succubus, it's a succubus. It's over, is this a trap? Are we going to be executed? Wait a minute, this isn't the same one from before. Tajana frowned at the noisy situation and let out a delicate scold. Silence. Everyone immediately fell silent, as if their throats had been suddenly squeezed shut. Good, Tajana nodded in satisfaction. Who among you has been here the longest? No one spoke, but involuntarily, everyone's gaze turned to one person. Seeing there was no way to hide, that person stepped forward and stammered. Succubus Lord, I've been captured for half a year, the longest among those still alive. I need you to answer a few questions for me. Hearing Tajana's words, the person involuntarily looked up, only to be captivated by the succubus lord's intoxicating eyes, their gaze becoming increasingly blank. Now, you will answer my questions truthfully. As you command, my lord. How long have you been on the abyssal plane? 27 weeks and 3 days, my lord. Have you seen this bound succubus before? I have. Describe the scene at the time. We were being chased by a group of terrifying creatures. She drove them away and told us to follow the Stygian river, where we would find a town built in the middle of the river, where we could earn shelter by working. However, a guerrilla attacked our group on the way, and I was captured. I will send maids to patrol the surrounding area periodically, Tajana explained expressionlessly, unclear to whom. She continued to inquire. Have you seen her since then? I have. She often came to find the big gorilla, and then they left this place together. Sometimes we could hear her screams from far away, and afterward, the gorilla would return here and eat 1 or 2 of our companions. It always ate them in front of us. The extraordinarily terrifying scene seemed to unfold once again before this man's eyes, causing his body to shake uncontrollably as his mind teetered on the brink of collapse. The red glow in Tajana's eyes blazed brighter, barely calming the man, who then collapsed, falling asleep on the ground. With a fierce tug at the whip in her hand, Grace was dragged to Tajana's feet. Tajana released the whip from Grace's mouth and asked coldly, "Do you have any last words?" Grace spat a mouthful of bloody saliva against Tajana's boot fiercely. "Torturing these people has brought me endless joy. I know who you really are, Tajana. Once the demon lords find out that you are..." The whip that bound Grace suddenly emitted a burst of red light, silencing her mid-sentence as her flesh melted like butter, turning into a puddle of filth that seeped into the ground. Only a skeleton remained, which turned to powder as Tajana retracted the whip, the wind scattering it, leaving no trace. "I've changed my mind," she shrugged at Lancelot. "Let's bring these people back, if they wish to come." No sooner had she finished speaking than the succubus lord's figure shimmered with a familiar glow and vanished from the spot. Lancelot turned back to see everyone staring in stunned silence. He touched his nose and said, "Do you have any questions that need answering?" People hesitated, then all asked at once. "Who are you? And who was that just now? Where is this? Are we free now? How do we get back?" Lancelot looked helplessly at the barrage of questions, raising his voice to interrupt. "Hold on. One at a time." The newly freed prisoners silenced at once. They looked at each other, and finally, the tall, thin man who had first greeted Lancelot spoke. "Thank you again for rescuing us. We haven't had the chance to ask your name, sir." "My name is Lancelot, and as you can see, I am a knight." Lancelot decided to forego promoting the title of Paladin. "Thank you, Sir Lancelot. My name is Paladin, and I am a scholar. I don't hold out much hope, but I have to ask if you have a way to get us back to the main plane." "I'm ashamed to say that I, too, am searching for such a method," Lancelot replied with a wry smile. As expected, the man sighed. "My second question, pardon my bluntness, but, are we your captives now?" "Of course not, you are free to go wherever you want," Lancelot hurried to clarify, "but this is the abyss, and you don't have many options." "Yes, ordinary people are like walking deserts on this plane." Paladin sighed heavily. "I know that there are some neutral towns in the abyss where mortals can survive as something other than slaves. Can you tell us about the place you're taking us to next?" Actually, I've just arrived here myself and am undergoing a mercenary qualification assessment." Lancelot scratched his head. "Ordinary people can find refuge there as hired labor, but as you might guess, these are very hard and poorly paid jobs. Such work probably isn't suitable for me," Paladin said despondently, feeling very hopeless about his future. "There's a market district in the town. Maybe you can find a shop there willing to hire you." "I guess I can only hope. And what was with those 2 succubi just now?" The one killed was named Grace. Her lord thought she had been kidnapped by that gorilla. My mission was to rescue her, but it turned out the two were lovers, and they hoped no one would expose their secret. What about the other succubus? Was she the lord's lieutenant? Oh, no, that was the lord herself, Tajana of Twin Bridges Town. As Lancelot spoke, Paladin looked as though he had been struck by lightning, his face edged with shock. You mean to say, that was, the Pearl of Stygian Riverbank, the legendary Tajana who rose to prominence 300 years ago, the Lord of Twin Bridges Town? Well, it should be her, Lancelot said, a bit puzzled. Is she that famous? To certain people, she's practically a superstar. Paladin bowed deeply. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Paladin, a seeker of the Black Cult. Please ensure my safe arrival at Twin Bridges Town, I beg you. Chapter 28. The Black Cult? That doesn't sound like a respectable organization. Bruto leaned in closer. You're not some kind of secret society that worships demons, are you? Our primary research subject is indeed demons, but our purpose in understanding them is to combat them, Paladin said, pulling out a notebook from somewhere and jotting something down. We can discuss the specifics on our way to Twin Bridges Town. Let's get moving. Hold on a minute, we need to clean up the loot. Lancelot efficiently took out several empty bags. In the end, they filled 4 full bags with at least 1,000 gold coins. After Kukka's body dissolved, Lancelot found a pair of metal rings that, after being struck year after year by the ape demon, had become extremely hard. Bruto took them to use as bracers and they fit perfectly. Lancelot cast the spell to summon his warhorse again, this poor abyssal creature being treated as a packhorse every time. Lancelot had never once ridden it into battle. Fortunately, it seemed to harbour no desire to complain and followed obediently behind Lancelot. The group proceeded downstream along the Stygian River. Compared to their journey coming here, the sky was no longer clear, and large patches of dark clouds made the temperature no longer so unbearable. Lancelot and Paladin walked side by side, both full of curiosity about the other. Mr. Paladin, could you tell us more about your black cult? Just call me Paladin. Paladin fanned himself with his notebook. Let me ask you a question first. Where does your knowledge about the abyss come from? The elves of my world. Thousands of years ago they explored the abyss deeply, but after that, a great war broke out, and ever since they have lived in the shadow of a potential demon invasion. Before I entered the abyssal plane, they left me with a wealth of knowledge about the abyss, but I've found a lot of it seems outdated. Paladin. Lancelot realized the person beside him was gone. The Paladin who had been walking with him was now standing still behind him, staring at him with a look that appeared when he first learned Tajana's identity. What's the matter? If I told you I am now extremely grateful to have come to the abyssal plane, would you believe me? That's not surprising. In a sense, the abyss is a treasure trove. What you just mentioned solved a long-standing problem that puzzled researchers. Occasionally, ancient elven relics are found in the abyss, and everyone is baffled about their origin, leading to various hypotheses. I imagine some of those are quite absurd. The boldest hypothesis suggests that the abyss may have originally been no different from a normal plane of existence, and that elves originated from the abyssal plane, later leaving for the stellar realm as the conditions in the abyss deteriorated. Elves are quite proud of their relationship with nature. Haha, so it's not difficult to imagine, elves paid many enthusiastic visits to the founder of that theory. Paladin's lips couldn't help but curve up. Let's return to our previous discussion. In the world I come from, for a long time, people knew nothing about the abyss. Invasions by demons were like fires, floods, and earthquakes. Apart from the occasional direct intervention of deities, humans were helpless and could only start over in ruins after everything had been destroyed. Everything changed after the appearance of a scholar named Turjaith Noam. Paladin automatically placed her hand on her chest and made a gesture of respect at the mention of this name. He was a scholar who specialized in researching and organizing demon knowledge, systematically summarizing and categorizing the common types of demons, assessing their ranks, combat strength, habits, commonly used magic, and supernatural abilities. This greatly helped the warriors who fought against demons. Humanity finally had the opportunity to confront the horrors brought forth by the abyss. He sounds like a great pioneer, but I imagine the demons were not indifferent to his actions. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. Every scholar who casts their curiosity into the abyss catches its attention, especially those who actually achieve some results. Those who research the abyss and don't know when to stop, will sooner or later encounter various calamities. But AM accomplished achievements before his complete destruction that later generations could not surpass. His works even contained detailed information about several famous abyssal lords and the specific conditions of their territories. It's hard to believe that those terrifying abyssal lords would tolerate him to such an extent. The general view is that the key lies in the theory he proposed about demons and the origins of the world. The abyss cooperated with his research to a certain extent because it hoped he would spread this theory. Lancelot's curiosity was piqued, and he asked several consecutive questions. Does the abyss itself have a will? What kind of view could have such an effect? Is it dangerous to discuss the specifics of that theory? Discussing these theories will neither attract demon attacks nor divine intervention, which in itself proves their credibility in a certain form. Paladin, talking about her field of expertise, became very talkative and looked excited. M's theory contends that the abyss is the source of everything. The universe was originally a complete chaos, and the first deities who emerged from it took the beautiful things out of chaos, creating mountains, earth, life, and civilization, forming the prime material plane that belongs to mortals, along with the various purer upper planes, taking them over, dividing them, and calling them the domains of the deities. Conversely, the abyss became the abandoned dump, a breeding ground for demons. AM believed that the abyss itself has will, an existence that even deities cannot comprehend, and demons are the crystallization of this will. Demons are the tools of the abyss. Their impulse to destroy everything is the mission given to them by the abyss. The abyss wishes to return everything back to the state of absolute, pure chaos of the origins. It sees that as the proper state of the universe. This is the core theory of our research into demons, the abyss, and the eternal battle between order and chaos. It effectively answers three key questions: what demons are, where their power comes from, and what their purpose is. Paladin spoke with fervent passion, and Lancelot listened, his heart surging with excitement. He inquisitively followed up. What happened to AM in the end? As his research deepened, his powers grew stronger, but in the end, he could not escape the fate of destruction, Paladin said regretfully. His works contained too many accurate descriptions of demons and even abyssal lords. Just as deities hear the prayers of their followers, the entities described in his works established a mysterious connection with the works themselves. From the day his famous Scroll of Darkness was completed, attempts to destroy it didn't cease. In the end, several abyssal lords who felt threatened took action. AM and his homeland were destroyed together, but most of the Scroll of Darkness survived. Many claim that M enchanted these scrolls, giving them a sort of living quality. After that, many were fortunate enough to see fragments of the Scroll of Darkness. These scrolls had the ability to teleport on their own, actively avoiding demon searches, preventing them from falling into a fate of complete destruction. Paladin paused and gave a wry smile. But there's one problem: when it detects danger and makes a run for it, it doesn't take its reader along. Chapter 29. Lancelot was surprised and asked curiously. You've read the Scroll of Darkness before? Yes, a foolish decision. As a seeker, when one finds the Scroll of Darkness or any demon-related items, the correct move is to immediately bring them to the nearest cult branch. But just like everyone in the cult, I was filled with curiosity about demon knowledge. Paladin spread his hands. The attacking demon pulled an entire room into the abyssal plane, but at the last moment, the scroll teleported away from my arms. How did you escape from that attacking demon? The attacker was a succubus. These demons are not as keen on slaughter as others, so it seemed to have little interest in me. Anyway, I survived that attack. With some understanding of the abyss, I managed to survive the initial days, but eventually, a Bagula demon named Kuka captured me. I see. Lancelot nodded. You mentioned you are an explorer, what exactly does that entail? The Black Cult's mission is to collect writings of M scattered across the universe, and to continue exploring demon-related knowledge in his footsteps. The job of a seeker is to search for items or information related to this for the cult. This could be weapons and items used by demons or exact descriptions of encounters with them, even capturing a demon for research. The cult calculates contributions based on the value of findings, provides rewards, and accordingly elevates a member's rank within the cult. I see, so the Black Cult must be a highly respected organization. Actually, that's not often the case. As you can imagine, the demons have a predictable attitude towards the cult. Most of the time, a branch of the cult, for safety reasons, must remain low-key and secretive. And because we're always engaged in demon-related activities, you can imagine how bad the cult's image might look to the uninformed public. Paladin shrugged helplessly. Fortunately, the ruling class usually recognizes the role of the Black Cult, especially when a real demon invasion erupts in their territories. This does sound incredibly useful, but I guess you don't actually like reaching the lairs of the subjects you study. Indeed, those who study war don't enjoy being on the battlefield, and those who study demons certainly don't want to face them directly. Paladin sighed again. We are experts in theory more than practice, far less capable in combat than professional adventurers. Our greatest value is actually the knowledge in our heads, which can help adventurers correctly respond to various demons. You have in front of you a man who could use that knowledge, Lancelot said interestedly. What advice do you have for fighting demons? Your great sword is very suitable for fighting larger enemies like demons. Paladin pointed at the hilt of the sword that protruded from Lancelot's back, towering over him by a head. The most effective against demons are holy or good aligned weapons, but such things are unlikely to be found in this plane and could attract unexpected enemies like a fire in the night. Besides that, cold iron is very effective and not so rare, it costs only about twice as much as regular weapons. It has no restriction on the moral nature of its user, so even demons like to use these weapons. While listening eagerly on the side, Bruto suddenly interrupted. Are you talking about that special metal that is always buried underground, emits cold, and needs low-temperature forging? Yes. Are you familiar with this material? That's our clan's specialty. Bruto Frostforge said gleefully. My dad is an expert among experts in the field of cold iron processing. Should we let Tajana know? Is there a chance to improve my dad's treatment? Your father is in Twin Bridges town as well? Is he a mercenary too? Paladin asked with surprise. No, his father works in the blacksmith forge of Tajana at Twin Bridges town, Lancelot explained. This guy, Bruto, didn't want to be stuck next to a forge in the abyss for the rest of his life, so he chose to become an adventurer. Did I mention before? Our qualification as mercenaries was assessed by Tajana through the rescue of a succubus named Grace. Although the outcome was not quite as expected, it seems we passed. The famous mercenary services of Twin Bridges town. Tajana always personally tests each applicant, Paladin exclaimed, his excitement reigniting. Why do you react so strongly to Tajana? Is she that famous? The story of how she established Twin Bridges town is utterly fascinating. It would take 3 days and nights to tell it all, and the 5th battle to defend Guardian City is considered a miracle, demonstrating her extraordinary strategy and leadership. She's simply the protagonist of a legendary tale, Paladin said shyly. Given her identity as a succubus, one can't help but indulge in fantasies, and by demon standards, her demeanor towards humans could even be described as friendly. It's not hard to understand the researcher's interest in her. She indeed is a very charming lady, Lancelot agreed, nodding his head. Bruto rolled his eyes discreetly. The group advanced along the Stygian river with Lancelot and Paladin chatting as they walked. But after they rounded a small hill, they unexpectedly encountered a creature familiar to Lancelot. About 10 abyssal hounds were drinking from the Stygian river. These demonized beasts seemed immune to the deadly toxins in the water, as well as other various negative effects. Among the pack was one with 2 heads, who immediately noticed Lancelot and his group. Unlike their last encounter with these creatures, Lancelot didn't have the advantage in numbers this time, so the pack of hounds showed no signs of backing down. They glanced over, their sharp teeth bared and saliva dripping continuously, clearly deeming the human party before them as a meal sent from heaven. Lancelot knew he couldn't hesitate at this moment. If the enemy surrounded them, it would be hard to protect everyone. He immediately drew his weapon and charged at the pack of hounds, shouting to Bruto. "I'll handle these guys, you protect the others." The abyssal hounds charged at him with no less ferocity, but Lancelot was no ordinary knight. True chi naturally surged from his dantian, his great sword swinging at an inconceivable speed, like a tornado rising out of nowhere. The charging enemies were like little fishing boats caught in a storm, instantly torn to shreds. The 2-headed abyssal hound, seeing this, let out a whining sound, and a few hounds tried to bypass Lancelot to attack the people behind him. Lancelot thought this was bad, but as the enemies tried to flank him from both sides, despite his best efforts to block them, 2 abyssal hounds slipped past. "Bruto! Stop them!" Chapter 30. Bruto roared as he went up to meet the enemy, swinging his chipped shield fiercely, knocking one of the hounds to the ground, followed by his hammer coming down and smashing the enemy's dog head into a shattered apple. The other abyss hound had no intention of helping its companion. It lunged towards the people at the back who were not wearing armor, its eyes red with hunger and madness. Lancelot had already drawn the kiss of deadly poison, ready for another throwing attack. Just then, Paladin suddenly raised his right hand, and a ring on his ring finger emitted a strong flash. The nearby beast let out a pained howl, covering its eyes as it fell to the ground. By this time, Bruto had already arrived, and with one hammer blow, he completely eliminated this potential threat. "Kill the one with the most heads first!" Paladin yelled at Lancelot. Lancelot didn't think twice, directly throwing the kiss of deadly poison he was holding in his hand. The dark green dagger accurately hit the heart of the 2-headed abyss hound, nailing its body firmly to the ground. The 2-headed demon dog's limbs twitched violently in the air a couple of times, then it moved no more. All the abyss hounds immediately stopped fighting, tucked their tails, and ran away completely. "Not bad," Lancelot swung the great sword, flicking the blood clean off it. "You're much more useful than you claim to be. The leaders generally have the most heads among these creatures. Once you deal with the leader, the rest will scatter. That's the power of knowledge." Paladin grinned, pointing to the bodies of the abyss hounds on the ground. "These creatures are beasts, not demons, hence their flesh remains after death instead of dissipating quickly like demons. Their hide is great material, whether for making boots, handbags, or belts, and it's a shame to waste it." Upon hearing this, Bruto took out a dagger and skillfully started skinning. Lancelot, curious, asked, "What was that just now? Are you a spellcaster?" Paladin shook his head in response. "Strictly speaking, scholars are not spellcasters. Scholars don't have the magic talent required to become a mage, but we have mastered the technique of casting spells relying on items like scrolls." "What does it mean to cast spells relying on scrolls?" "The essence of magic is reshaping the magic net to affect the world. The main reason scholars are not like mages is due to insufficient control over the magic net, unable to cast spells quickly in battle like mages can. Scrolls, however, allow the operations needed on the magic net by a spell to be prepared in advance, and during usage, simply performing the final step of injecting magic power can release the spell." "But it looked like you were using this ring just now, right?" Bruto pointed at Paladin's hand, curious about the seemingly ordinary ring. "Scrolls are generally single-use but are inexpensive, repeatedly usable magic items require much higher costs and effort. Paladin extended his right hand, and people then noticed the fine patterns engraved on the ring. This ring contains the flash technique, which can create a bright light, very effective against enemies close enough, provided they have eyes. Quite impressive, Lancelot said with interest, looking at the ring. So, you're saying that with proper preparation, scholars and mages aren't much different, are they? No, the gap is still quite significant, Paladin replied with a bitter smile. Scholars learn magic much slower than mages. A magic apprentice could master third circle spells after about 2 years of training, while a scholar's apprentice is still struggling to cast a first circle spell. Sorry to interrupt, but what do you mean by circle? Lancelot curiously asked. You can cast the summoning horse spell and you don't know about this? Not at all, Lancelot shook his head. The elves taught it to me. I just meditate, make gestures, and recite incantations as they told me to, and if I'm lucky, a saddled horse appears before me. Maybe you actually have a talent for magic, Paladin said enviously before continuing. The circle rank of a spell can be simply understood as the level of the spell. The highest 9th circle spells require a lot of preparation and expensive materials, but their effects are very powerful, offering spells that can change reality like wish, or spells that can transport someone out of this plane like gate. On the other hand, cantrip spells are very simple, but can still be effective in the right situations like the flash I just used. So, you're saying, if you keep getting stronger, you could one day cast that gate spell, to get us out of this abyss world. Bruto quickly grasped the point, looking hopefully at Paladin. Unfortunately, it's almost impossible for scholars to master 9th circle magic, Paladin shook his head. The strongest scholar I know could barely cast an 8th circle spell, and he had to spend a full month preparing for it in advance and then spent 3 days in bed due to the physical toll. Well, Bruto's face showed disappointment. At least we know how to leave this damned world, find a high-level spellcaster, right? A high-level spellcaster could indeed do that, Paladin nodded. But don't forget, high-level spellcasters are incredibly powerful and convincing them to help isn't easy, especially not in the abyss. What's the highest circle of magic you can currently master? Lancelot was more concerned about Paladin's strength. My limit is 2 second circle spells and 4 first circle spells. Cantrip spells are not limited, but I still need to prepare scrolls in advance, and I must have a full rest before I can restore my magic power, Paladin confessed somewhat sheepishly. However, we have an advantage. Most spells can be memorized in our minds, we don't need to carry a spellbook like mages do, and due to a lot of practice and prior preparation, spells cast through scrolls by scholars are slightly more powerful and harder to resist. How powerful are the second circle spells? Bruto asked curiously. Well, Acid Arrow is a typical second circle spell, and with my capability, I can release 3 acid arrows at once, which, just about seriously wounds a coward devil, Paladin admitted somewhat sheepishly. I know, it's not even comparable to Sir Lancelot's recent display of combat ability, but my primary focus is on academics, not just enhancing fighting power. If you sacrifice offensive capabilities, do you have any supportive or self-protective spells? Lancelot's expression became serious. Among the cantrip spells I've mastered, there's Mending, which can repair equipment, detect poison to check if an object or area is poisonous, a first circle spell similar to your horse summoning called Mount, Grease, which greatly increases your movement speed, ideal for escaping, Protection from Evil, which is effective against various evil beings, and even one that can double your height and strength, called Enlarge Person. At this moment, Paladin realized the implication in Lancelot's words and his expression turned solemn. He continued. I can only cast 2 second circle spells per day, so I must choose carefully. The second circle spells I've mastered include the previously mentioned Acid Arrow, Wind Creation spell that can summon a strong wind, Levitation skill to free a willing subject from gravity, invisibility spell to make a person or item disappear along with its counter see invisibility, and several other spells that enhance teammates' strength, agility, and other attributes. All very useful. Lancelot smiled brightly. So, Mr. Paladin, may I formally propose you join my adventure team? On one hand, you wouldn't have to worry about how to obtain residency in Twin Bridges town anymore, and on the other, our adventures could fully satisfy your curiosity about demonology. I was just wondering how to approach you about the same thing. Paladin smiled as well. It would be my pleasure, Sir Lancelot. I believe I can definitely be of help.